fought for these lands. In the shadows and the stories of the promised land. Now to take our place beyond. You're on the roof of the world. In the cradle of the stones. Where vengeful winds cut to the bone. And there's no turning back.
What is up, everybody, and welcome back to another week of Blue Otter Platinum Division. Starting off tonight with Otter Talk before we get into our streamed match of the night, which is going to be between TPO Reformed and Maelstrom Esports. I'm your host, Chong Somo, and Content Czar, as people don't agree with it all the time, but it's all you have, so enjoy it while you can. But regardless of that, I'm joined by three guests here tonight, and I will let you guys go ahead and introduce yourselves. Let us what org you play for. You can let us know your role as well. And then I want one take from what has been unexpected so far in this early half of the season, and we'll just go down in order as you see on the screen.
What's up, guys? It's Anderson Cooper. I don't currently play for a team. I'm looking for a starting spot in BOL Gold. And one prediction that I have for this season is that all 4 Monkeys teams and all 3 Conduit teams are all making playoffs.
All right, that means Conduit Crashouts does have a little bit of ground to make up there, but thank you for joining us tonight, Anderson.
All right, I am Pelly. I'm the jungler for TPO Reformed, used to be TPO Redacted, or sorry, TPO Redemption, used to be TPO Redacted. I don't think it's updated yet. But I think my little hot take right now, I think I'm sort of surprised, and we'll hear Killer Fox's opinion of Dorado Lambda being 0-2 right now. I think coming in they seemed very strong, but just a little bit of struggle to start out with. But I expect them to bounce back.
Yeah, I guess we do have a name change I didn't know happening. A whole new rebrand for TPO Reform. I guess they are reforming, or sorry, TPO Redacted is taking hone of their sister and reforming themselves into a better team. But thanks to you for joining us tonight, Pelly. And then last but not least,
Yeah, I'm Killer Fox. I'm the support for Dorado Gaming Lambda. And I would say my unsuspected thing was Pink Penguin got motherfucking hands. That man got hands.
yeah, I mean, I will have to agree with you there. When I heard Pink Penguin was playing jungle, I made a couple jokes, but he has surprised me so far, and I'm really excited to see that the growth he has throughout the season. Even Anderson at the start of the season told me, he was like, "Hey, Pink Penguin's gonna be a good jungler. Just watch out," and he's been doing it so far. But yeah, thank you guys for all joining me here tonight. We're just gonna go and look at our predictions, starting with our Pilt over division matchup. So we're going to skip our first match. We'll come back and talk about that after we go through the other three series, since that is our streamed match for the night. So we'll just go and jump down. We got SG Proton going up against Conduit Crashouts. We have 3 Protons across the board, and then the only one outlier is Anderson. So I'll start with you, Mr. Cooper. You going with the Conduit Crashouts here. Why do you have them over SG Proton?
I just think, I mean, with them still having Cyclone, them still having Slappy, and them still having Glada all on the team, that they're just like a very formidable team. With a lot of like experience, a lot of experience playing up and playing against like really difficult opponents. So like, I mean, they have just as good of a chance of winning this series as their opponents tonight. But if I had to give the edge to either team, I'd give it to them because I think Cyclone is one of the best players in the league outright.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree. As someone who recently got to play split with Cyclone, I think he is a really solid mid laner. I think in this like head-to-head matchup, I favor Cyclone going up against Alf, so I wouldn't be surprised if Crashouts do get the upset like you are expecting here. But we'll go next to Mr. Pelly. You got SG Proton over Conduit Crashouts. Why are you going with the SG camp here?
Yeah, I got SG. I think they're one of the better teams in their division. I think it's going to be a Yomi diff all night. They suffered a loss last week, but I'm pretty sure they're just going to bounce right back here. Get the win.
Yeah, like you said, they did suffer that loss last week, but that was against Monkey Knights, a team a lot of people consider to be one of the best, if not the best in the league. So not really a shocking outcome. Maybe how one-sided it was shocking, but, you know, SG looking to bounce back for that one. And then Killer Fox, you're also going with SG here tonight. Why are you specifically going with SG?
I really think SG is taking the dub, honestly, because I think like Crush Out hasn't looked that great. Where I think Proton, like, they had a really rough week last week, but I mean it was against a really good team, right? And I think Alf really knows how to pick his teammates. I mean, he has really good bot lane, really good jungle, really good top. So I mean, I definitely see them taking the W.
All right. You know, I would have to disagree with you on saying Alf is good at picking his teammates. He did choose to team up with me one time. And as everybody knows, I'm pretty bad at stuff, but ignore my Emerald.
Like power rankings.
Yeah, my power rankings, player rankings. Yeah, okay. I'll see everybody when they get to Emerald. But regardless of that, I'm also going with SG. I do think they'll be able to bounce back after their loss last week, which was very one-sided. Definitely a more one-sided affair than I expected, but I think Conduit Crashouts have been struggling a little bit. I don't think the role swap for Brother Hedge has been going super well as they had expected, and it seems like it's dragging the team down just a little bit. So I'm hoping that Hedge can reform into a better support and maybe make this a better series. But right now, I think I'm just heavily favoring SG in this matchup. But looking at our next one, we have Monkey's Constructions going up against the High Council. And once again, Anderson Cooper, Mr. Coop, the only one with a different prediction here. So we'll start with you again. You have the High Council beating Monkey's Construction. Why are you going with THC tonight?
You know, it's just like you have a team coming off a loss, and they're gonna just be able to find a way to respond to it. Monkey's Construction coming off a win, they're gonna be comfortable. They're not gonna be, you know, taking it super seriously. So I think that the High Council is going to 2-0 them.
All right, I was surprised by THC in week number 1 when they did come out and get that win over, I believe it was TPO Reformed. They looked really solid. And last week I thought they could have gotten the win, but struggled at a few points in the game. I think they are a team that you can't sleep on because they will surprise you. But like you said, Monkey's Construction is coming off that win, especially with playing with a couple of role swaps throughout that game. I believe they had Batman playing jungle for the first game, and JJ, I don't remember his name in client anymore. Normally
Cement.
the normally the jungler, he was playing support that game while Concrete, aka Ivar, wasn't there, but still able to pick up that win regardless. Now, Killer Fox, you're going with Monkey's Construction here. Why are you favoring Monkeys over THC?
I really think JJ's kind of the GOAT, honestly. I mean, you have Nightmare in mid. He's a pretty, like, he is a pretty big name. I don't really know these players because I haven't really been in the league that long, but, like, I can only go off of what I hear. And I mean, Ivar's, like, got a good name behind him, and so does JJ. So I don't really know anything about THC other than they're, like, kind of random. So I'll just go with what I know.
All right. And then, Pelly, you also are going with Monkey's Construction over THC. Why are you going for Monkeys here tonight?
I think for me, Monkey's Construction is just all around a better team from what I've seen of the screenshots and the game scores posted. I think they have a better win in their week 2. And I expect them to take it again here tonight against the High Council. I don't really know much about them. It's a bunch of new names to me. But I think this is one of our closer series of the night. I think it'll be 2-1, but I think Monkey Construction will edge it out.
Yeah, I also have this as a 2-1. I believe I put in my predictions. I do think THC is a team that a lot of people are undervaluing because of their solo queue ranks, but solo queue and comp play are two completely different scenarios. And THC has been looking so far so good in the first 2 weeks. It's sitting at 1-1. So I wouldn't be surprised if they get the upset here, but I think Monkey's Construction, after the rough first week that they had, I believe they played Monkey's Knights and kind of got obliterated. But they came back week number 2. They looked really good there. So I expect more of the same in week number 3 for the Construction crew. But looking at our third matchup, we have Monkeys Knights versus Imperial Gaming. I'm going to start with you, Killer Fox. You got Monkeys Knights over IG. Why are you going with the Knights?
I mean, I just think Knights is probably one of, like, the top teams. I mean, you have Godson, you have, who's the jungler? I can't remember his name off the top of my head.
Small news.
Yeah, small news. I mean, I think he's yeah. You got Bob in the jungle. He's good. Fallen's like performing super well. I think he had like 5 deaths total. I mean, that team is looking solid, and IG is definitely not. So definitely go with Monkey Knights.
All right. Cooper, you're going with IG over the Knights here. Why do you think IG is going to get the upset over one of the strongest teams we have here in Platinum?
Look, Knights has been looking solid, but Imperial Gaming is a team that can do absolutely anything. Once you go out there and you play on hit Ari, AD carry, and you win a game like that, then you can win a game pretty much however you need to. So I'm picking IG 2-0.
All right. And then, Pelly, you're going with the Knights as well. Why are we going with the Knights here over Imperial Gaming?
I mean, I think it's really simple. I just think Monkey Knights is the best team in their division. I mean, they sit number 1 overall in my power ranking. It's really hard for me not to take them in any match they're going to have.
All right. Fair enough. I also am going with the Knights. I think the Knights are the best team, even if they are playing with Godson, who is a little bit of a stinker. But overall, I just think Monkey Knights is by far the better team in this matchup and probably one of, if not the best team we have in Platinum. But going back up to the top, looking at our streamed match of the night, we have Maelstrom Esports versus TPO Reformed. And we have a bit of a split desk here, but I'll start with Pelly because he is voting against his sister team tonight and choosing Maelstrom Esports. Why are we going with Maelstrom tonight?
I am voting against my sister team. Partially a little bit of spite. Week 1, they voted against us. I have to pay it back a little bit. But I do honestly think Maelstrom will come out with the win. I think the Reformed roster has been a little bit shaky. They did just sign a new top laner, Linksy. I don't know if they will be running him tonight or not, honestly. I don't have the info. But I don't think it'll make much of a difference. I still accept Maelstrom to just come out the other side winning.
All right, all right. Now, Killer Fox, you're going with Reformed here. Why are we going with Reformed here as the 0-2 team playing against the 2-0 team?
I mean, I used to play with some of these players. I think if Indigo is playing, I mean, I think he's pretty strong if he kind of gets what he wants to play. So I think if they can like draft, get in something that he feels comfortable on, I think that'll be good. Also, I think if Ziggy stops trolling and just actually locks in and doesn't lose to ADC Ari, I mean, like, come on, man, wake up, bro, wake up, Ziggy. I think they can definitely take the W over Maelstrom. I mean, I don't really know anyone on Maelstrom's team. I just know Bixus runs it, and that guy's crazy. So I'm definitely going with TPO.
All right, all right. And then Anderson, sorry, Coop. I don't know what to call you honestly. I'll just keep calling you Cooper. You going
Coop's
with
fine, yeah.
you're going with TPO Reformed over Maelstrom. Why are you specifically going with the Reformed team here?
Just knowing about the people who are on both rosters and how they have kind of started to smooth things out for the reformed roster, I'm definitely fine taking them. Even with Maelstrom having a like a 2-0 record right now, I think that if you look at their strength of schedule, like some people might be willing to call it like a little bit fraudulent, and they actually have the longest average game time in the entire league, 16 out of 16 right now. So I think this is a series where it's super easy for me to take the quote unquote upset between the two. So I'd be going with TPO to win 2-0 or 2-1.
All right, all right. I'm going with Maelstrom personally. I'll say it. I think Maelstrom would honestly be 0-2 if they did not have 40 in the mid lane for this team. I think he's been by far the best player for them and been the main reason why they're winning all these games. I think more of the same is going to be happening here. I think it's going to be a 40 show tonight on stream, and I think that's going to be the reason why Maelstrom is able to get the win here. But with that, that's going to cover the Piltover division. So we're going to hop over to Zon and look at all our predictions for those series tonight. Waiting for transition. All right. Slowly loading in here. All right, all right. So we have Dorado Lambda going
It
up
already loaded
against... I forget who Dorado's playing tonight. Let me go take a look at this real quick.
Eevee. What's it called?
Week 3, Dorado is playing Eclipse
Valkyrie.
Valkyries. There we go, there we go. So we are a consensus deck on the desk on this one, going for Dorado Lambda. I'll start with the player in the series himself, Killer Fox. Why is Lambda gonna win tonight?
I think I can also address what Pelly started with at the start of this. Like we are 2-0 or 0-2, sorry. But I mean, we haven't had our like roster in like for a whole game yet. I mean, Ultimus was at week 1. I was out week 2. Ultimus only played 1 game, so I think tonight. I mean, not. I've heard that everyone's gonna show up tonight, so I think we're definitely taking a W against these kind of randoms.
All right. The randoms who I believe they played in LXC recently and did pretty well there, but I do think, maybe if all the pieces click for Lambda, we could see a quote-unquote upset tonight as Lambda is 0-2. Now, Pelly, you're also going with Dorado Lambda. Why are we going with Dorado over the Valkyries?
I mean, it was what Killer Fox said. They haven't played with their full roster yet. When we were looking at their full roster coming into the season, people were expecting them to do really well. And I will believe in the people. If they believe that they are strong with their full roster, I think they will beat this team.
Okay. And then, Cooper, a former Dorado player yourself, you're going with Dorado Lambda here. Why are you going with your old org here tonight?
I mean, I think they're just the more talented team. Even if they were in a position where they needed to run 1 sub or even multiple subs, they would still be massively favored in this series. And that's probably how it's going to be for the rest of the season. You definitely have some of their hardest matchups already out of the way. So even being at 2-0 and just looking at the rest of the calendar, or being at 0-2, sorry, if I was on the team, I would feel absolutely fine about the position we're in, especially with how expanded the playoff bracket's going to be. So it's incredibly likely that this team has nothing to worry about going forward.
Yeah, as Cooper said, it is the top 5 of each division who do make it into playoffs. So Dorado, even if they are 0-2, they still have a chance to make it in playoffs. It's definitely a little bit harder with the start, but I'm going with Dorado, and I'll just say it. My GOAT, Gabriel Leo, playing mid lane tonight for Dorado. I think he is super talented. I think the rest of the team is well-rounded around him. Maybe a couple question marks on the roster. I won't get into too much detail about that, but I do think Dorado is just the more talented team and will be able to get the win. But looking at our next series, we got Monkey Sharks going up against Conduit Flux, and we got another split desk decision here. I'll start with Killer Fox. You're going with Conduit Flux to get the win over the undefeated Sharks here. Why are we going with Flux?
I did put Flux. I think Flux definitely bounces back, and I think Flux might give Yukino a little bit of a run for his money. I hope at least. But I mean, I think Flux will get it in the end, but I think it'll be a really hard series. I mean, Pink Penguin's got hands, so yeah, I think it'll be a close one, but I think Flux wins it.
All right. Pelly, you are going with the Monkey Sharks here over Conduit Flux. I believe you guys played Flux last week, so why are we going with Sharks over the team you just recently played?
I'm going with Sharks because if you look at the stats page, you see Yukino topping a lot of the charts in that mid lane. And if he just continues to play hot, I don't see any problems going into this matchup this week.
All right, so narrowing in on that mid lane matchup. And then Coop, you're going with Flux here. Why are we going for Flux over the undefeated Sharks?
Because Yukino has yet to win a series when he doesn't drop 20, okay? And, you know, how long can we keep this up for, really, right? How many more 20 bombs can we drop, right? 10, 20 bombs this season? 20? I don't know. But I'm going Flux 2-0.
All right, I'm going with the Sharks here. Like you said, I think Yukino has been kind of unstoppable so far in the mid lane. I think he will have his roughest matchup of the season so far, going up against Sox and the rest of the Flux camp involved. But I think if Yukino can do what he's been doing, it's going to be even harder for Flux to be able to stop that. I think this is going to be a great series we have here tonight. I think debatably the best one we got going into week number 3. But looking at our next matchup, we're going with Conduit Kraken against formerly TPO Redacted, now TPO Redemption. And Pelly, you are the only one voting for your team. Not surprised to see that, but why are you guys going to get the win here over Kraken?
I would also like to point out the new logo. That is just Finny, by the way. But I believe we'll get the
Looking
win this
good,
week. I know. I think it's a great logo. Shout out to the BOL staff for helping us make that. But I think coming into this week, we're looking pretty strong. We have JK back in mid, who we're able to play with week 1, taking the victory over Lambda. Have him back this week, expect him to do well again, and I think we have a really good game plan going into this matchup. And also, I don't know how public this is, but I do believe Conduit is playing with a sub-top laner. So not up against full roster, which gives us a little bit more confidence as well, but I think even full roster, I think we win the series.
All right. A little bit of confidence there, knowing a little bit of insider information. But Cooper, you're going with Conduit Kraken over the newly reformed TPO Redemption. Why are we going for Kraken?
Yeah, just if your team is going to be built around guys like Coach and Chrome, then that team is going to be incredibly consistent and that team is going to be incredibly stable. And teams that, exhibit those qualities very well are almost always going to win series like this. Just between two teams in the middle of the standings early on in the season, it's always going to go the way of the team that's more consistent. So I would definitely take Kraken 2-0.
All right. And Fox, you're going with Kraken as well. Why are we going for Kraken specifically tonight?
I think, when you're going against like Chrome Raven bot lane, I really don't think that Kittens and Finny has it in them to beat him. I also think like the TPO team's pretty fake, honestly. So I think, especially after all that trash talk that Lord JK was dropping in chat, I'm definitely not going with him. So I think it's definitely a Kraken easy 2-0.
All right. I am also going with Kraken. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I think as a duo, Chrome and Raven are the best bot lane we have here in BOL. My ADC individual rankings have switched a lot. Chrome was number 1 week 1, and now he's sitting at number 2 weeks in a row. I think as a team, Kraken has looked really good. Yes, they haven't gotten a clean 2-0 victory yet. I don't expect them to get it tonight either. I expect them to win 2-1, but I think Kraken has looked really, really good so far this season, and I kind of am favoring them to be competing for that first seed in this group, specifically going for that playoff push. But looking at our last series here tonight, it is the Monkeys Inc. versus Contingent Purple, who I still think needs to change their abbreviation somehow, because I'm tired of typing the whole thing. I'm tired of typing the whole thing out. But yeah, Fox, Monkeys Inc. over Contingent Purple. Why are we going with Monkeys Inc.?
I know absolutely nothing about Contingent Purple. I don't think anyone knows anything about them, and I think Monkeys Inc. has been playing together forever. I see him in like 4 different leagues perma, so I think they definitely have one thing up on them. And I think one thing that's really hard to prep against is Fox Stepbro, and that guy's permanently on mages. And like, I've been trying to like get practice against it in like solo queue and such, and no one's playing mages bot lane, so you're kind of loading in, and you're kind of having like a weird matchup where you're not really sure what's good into him. So I think they definitely have the edge.
Yeah, Contingent Purple definitely an enigma so far this season. I think they've looked solid at points. I think they looked really weak at some points, but just never really getting it enough to scrape by to get those series wins. Definitely an interesting matchup for these two teams tonight. But Pelly, you are going with Contingent Purple over the Monkeys Inc. Why are you going with Contingent?
Looking back at the Monkeys Inc. games, I'm not a huge fan of their drafts personally. I may be lambasted for that one a little bit, but if I was playing on that team, I wouldn't really like playing those comps. And I think we don't know a lot about Contingent Purple, but I think that plays into their favor. There's not much like everyone knows about them, so there's no trade secrets we know that they love to do. So maybe this draft phase, which I think Inc. has been weak in, will go towards the favor of Conduit Purple.
All
Or
right, all
Contingent
right.
Purple, sorry.
All right, talking about the draft there a little bit. Now, Cooper, you're also going with Contingent over Monkeys. Why are you going for Contingent here?
You know, I'm going to say the same thing that Killer Fox said. I know nothing about the players on Contingent Purple. I know nothing about the team itself, but that's what scares me. That element of surprise, that element of the unexpected, the uncertainty that they're going to bring into game one of this series is why they're going to win tonight. Contingent Purple 2-0.
All right. You know, I think Contingent's AD carry Neon Sword has looked pretty good this season, but like Pelly was saying about the Monkeys Inc. draft, because this team has been playing together for so long, they're so used to playing this style that it's a benefit for them that not many players are playing against them in solo queue or experience it a lot. That's why I'm favoring Monkeys Inc. I think if they play their game, they play their style, it's really hard to disrupt them on that unless you are like hyperly aggressively focusing on that bottom lane specifically, because mage supports are just inherently weak if they are just not getting a lot of gold income. It makes it a little bit difficult, but Monkeys Inc. has done it enough, and I think they'll be able to do it again tonight. But now I want to look in on some of these stats that we have for our stream match tonight of TPO Reformed against Maelstrom Esports. Now, looking at this, average game time, like we have stated, Maelstrom Esports has the longest game time that we have here. They also have 0 first blood percentage, which is definitely interesting. But now I want to ask you guys, what is like sticking out the most on this overall to you guys?
I'm gonna say something that's not on the sheet. I think Greye definitely needs to step it up a little bit. My man, I know you got it in you. I think if you lock in and go a little bit more like even in lane, I mean, I think something that is surprising is Poodle being the most KP. I think she was definitely somebody that I undervalued at the start, and then just like knowing these people, I think she's really good for the team. So
That still means you definitely want to try to get other people involved more as well, though, especially your jungle and mid laner, who you want that stat to be very high on as well.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, like just looking at 40 and that highest stat player at that 52.27, I think they are the best player that Maelstrom does have. I think the biggest thing for Maelstrom is like it feels like they have to come back in a lot of these games to win. Just having that no first blood percentage, but the high average damage objective just means they're controlling zones for these team fights a lot cleaner and able to just get the objectives that are crucial to be able to win these games, which is definitely something interesting to talk about. And like just like win-loss breakdown, like Maelstrom did get that 2-0 last week after week 1. Oh no, sorry, they were 2-1 last week. Week 1 was 2-0, but I believe Glada was ganked by Tornado in week number 1. That's why Tornado was not on the player rankings. I heard he was smurfing, so couldn't put up the Tornado there. But I think this matchup is definitely something interesting. Like we've been saying, I think if TPO is able to get more people involved and just play a cleaner game, everybody's able to lock in and wake up, as Killer Fox has been saying. I think Reformed can take this. I think it's definitely a close one.
I definitely agree. I think the one thing they need to do more is just hit towers a little bit more. I think they're probably grouping a little bit too much, and they should just be pushing waves and kind of pushing. Even if they're behind, just try to like push these waves out and kind of put them in a lose-lose where they're either like gonna contest you on what you're doing or losing mini waves, right? Like 54,000 against like objectives, like either you're kind of trolling early game always, or you're just not like hitting towers and you're overgrouping. So I think that's a big stat to kind of look at as well.
Yeah. All right. Well, I want to thank you guys for joining me here tonight. I'm going to be wrapping us up here so everybody's able to get back to their teams, get readjusted, get ready for their matches tonight. But before we go, I'll let you all get a couple of shout outs, and I'll start with you, Coop.
I'd just like to shout out you, Chiong, for putting together all this amazing content. You know, what would we do without you? I know you got some haters, but we got a lot of appreciation for all the effort you put in and the work you do to make this stuff for us. So thank you, man.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. Pelly, any shout outs you want to give before we go?
Have to give shout outs to our org owner Loki. Big help in these following weeks. Big fan of them. So shout out Loki, and of course my whole team playing together tonight. I'm not going to list them all off, but I will specifically name Finny because he is now our logo. He's our mascot now.
All right. So now if Finny does bad, we know exactly who to blame for the
It's
loss.
the logo curse.
It's the logo
Ooh.
curse. Yeah. All right. We got that. So everybody get ready to flame Finny in chat later tonight. But Killer Fox, any shout outs you want to give before we go?
I definitely have a few. I definitely want to thank you for the content you are doing. You know, I think a lot of people are a little angry about it, but I mean, I appreciate it. I got like two more. I do want to give one to Efron for giving me a spot on the team and definitely believing in me, and definitely Godson for all the help he's kind of put in. I mean, me and him have definitely been in the lab, so definitely appreciate all those guys.
All right. Well, thank you guys for joining me here tonight. We're going to head to about a 15-minute break as we get teams ready and get ready to bring our cast of TPO Reformed versus Maelstrom Esports later tonight. Stick around. We'll be back in a little while.
and glorious green courage. For here we stand in the path of victory. We made it through fires to redemption on the other side. We're standing and we're burning bright. Alright, 'cause we are timeless. Our future knows not your pain. Our past was on victory. So we still remain.
Boys and girls, welcome back to Blue Otter Platinum Division. I am your host and caster, Chong Somo. I'm joined by Toki B once again this week. Toki, how are we doing tonight?
I'm doing really well. Looking forward to this game tonight. I mean, this should be a pretty good one. I mean, right now, Maelstrom's definitely looking better when it comes to the stats sheet. But I do think that this is a game that TPO reformed. They can start doing better and better. They've definitely shown signs of life in their game. And Maelstrom has shown signs of weakness. So hopefully this one goes all the way to a 3-game series. But what do you think about this game tonight?
I mean, I said it on Otter Talk before this. I think Maelstrom is only 2-0 because of their mid laner 40. I think he has been by far the best player on the team. The second best mid laner we have in BOL so far. The only one who is better than him is Yukino, who we did get to see last week on Monkey Sharks. He's been absolutely phenomenal, but 40's been doing great for this team. I think if TPO reformed is actually reformed and actually can be informed tonight, they have a chance to quote unquote get the upset here. I think these two teams overall are actually a lot closer in power than people expect them to see if you're just looking at standings, but it's definitely going to be an interesting matchup here tonight. But TPO is banning away the Vayne, who God of Chaos played last week and actually piloted it really well in their series when I think it was like 18-4 or something like that. So not surprised to see that one get banned away.
Yeah, and the Volley Bear ban as well makes a lot of sense. Henry Waternews played a couple good games on that. And like you were saying, Maelstrom is very much a mid lane focused team. 40's obviously been playing well. And I mean, BOL Platinum has a lot of really good mid laners this season. So being the top mid laner really means a lot this time. But God of Chaos has had a couple of good games. Henry Waternews has had a lot of pressure. Maybe not the best stat line, but has definitely been able to buy some space for the team. But TPO reformed, I think they can definitely start bringing it back, especially since we're seeing the bans right now. It is mostly targeting that bot lane, and Ziggy and Poodle25, that duo in the bot lane has been performing exceedingly well. And I think if they can get a little bit of jungle help, or if their top lane can stabilize a little bit better, and Henry Waternews isn't one of those carry top laners, so this is a very good matchup for TPO reformed. So I think this is a winning matchup for them in terms of style. We're just going to have to see whether or not the skill level is going to be there.
Yeah, and speaking of that, I'm actually curious what top lane Maelstrom is actually bringing out this week. They played with Henry Waternoose in week 1, like you said, but last week they played with AFK Howler. So 2 different top laners across the 2 weeks for them, while TPO has kept the same roster. I heard they did have some roster changes in the work. I'm not sure if they're in for this week, but definitely going to be interesting. But the priority on Amumu is ever the same in low elo comp leagues. CC wins games, Engage wins games, so not surprised to see that our Amumu is the first pick here for this game number 1.
Yeah, and Big Revs play that a couple times. They haven't won any games off it, but the actual stat line looks pretty good. And like you said, it's one of those champions. No matter what you're going to do, Curse of the Sad Mummy, massive stun, bandage toss, 2 of them even, will give even more CC. It's a frontline tank. And it will also help with any mages that they do decide to draft later on. And they have played 2 mid laners as well, Atreides and Greye, but both really like their control mages. So it will definitely help out with their burst damage, as we also see Sejuani locked in for Maelstrom.
Yeah, and speaking of Engage and tanks just winning games, that's another one of them. Sejuani also really dominating jungler for lower elos. Even in higher elos, like we've seen, especially if we look at LCK, Pina is still like the best Sejuani player in the world. And that is a tanky, beefy CC combo there with the Sejuani and Galio. Whenever you pick Sejuani, you want to get these melee solo laners to pair up to get that permafrost stacked up faster. So not surprised to see the Galio picked to pair up, but I think a blind Galio is exceptionally interesting because there are champions that you can pick to punish it. Like if you do play like quirky mids or even Yasuo's and stuff like that, you wouldn't be too surprised to see them picked into this. Even the likes of Ione that I believe Atreides did play last week. So wouldn't be surprised to see that picked up. But again, more CC, more control. They're going to put Ziggy on this Ashe, this control supportive AD carry instead of one of these hard carries, which I definitely think is interesting when it seems like Reformed wants to be playing through Ziggy and through Poodle in the spot lane. So really curious to see where the damage is going to be coming out from this Reformed comp.
I think that with it being a Galio and a Sejuani, I think Ashe is actually pretty good. Just because they're very high in terms of just melee frontline. They're not going to have any true carry coming out of mid, though. Part of me is wondering if this might be a support Galio. In fact, I kind of hope it is. It's not played super often. It has been picked before, and again, like we talked about, 40 has been performing exceedingly well in the mid lane. So I'm really hoping they didn't blind pick a supportive mid laner for the player that has been their #1 carry so far this season. But I mean, I've seen some really top tier Galio plays before. I know a lot of players. Ariandel over in the tier 3 scene. A lot of different players. Faker plays it a lot. It is definitely a champion that, despite being that frontline, can definitely still make plays, but I would prefer it on a true carry.
Yeah, I mean, I do think support Galio has its areas where it can succeed. I don't know if Ashe is one of those ones, just because she can keep you at bay for so long. It can be really difficult to get the engages you're looking for. As a support player myself, I love being able to pick up the support Galio, but it's only in certain hyper-specific matchups that you can really make it work. Otherwise, you're kind of just an ult bot, and it feels worse when it's not in the mid lane because you have less access to get to lanes. You have to literally be like permanent roaming mid lane on every recall once you hit level 6 to be able to actually use the ult effectively. So if it is that support pick for AFK Fox King, would definitely be interesting to see where they go. I know he's busted out some weird stuff so far. He played the Ashe support last week, so he does have that in his ballpark. And as somebody who did play with him before, kind of back in my Risen Rampage days, kind of saving our season when our mid laner ranked out, he does have an interesting support pool, and it can be really hard to counteract sometimes if you're not expecting those champions to come out, and Galio could be the likes of that.
Yeah. But I mean, looking at the bans coming through, I mean, may as well talk about all 4 of them. Silas and Milio banned out by Maelstrom Esports, but DPO Reform banning out the Yasuo and the Mordekaiser. Now, with the Yasuo ban, maybe they are thinking that this might be a mid lane, as we do have the Urgot locked in for Maelstrom. Now, that's a fun pick. We've been seeing a decent bit of Urgot played in this scene, but it's always fun to see it back in the meta. Always fun to see a pseudo range top laner. I mean, it is ranged, but not the longest range. And is that a support Zyra? I actually haven't seen a support Zyra for a while.
Zyra. I mean, this used to be the bot lane that made everybody hate their lives. It was the Ashe, it was the Zyra. The only thing that used to beat Zyra support was the Misfortune support, because you could just one-shot her plants, but I don't think we're going to be saying that tonight. But like you said, Urgot, super strong top laner right now. I'm really hoping we're seeing the Clogfather skin busted out here tonight on stream. I would really love to see that one. But I do think Urgot is a super strong top laner. If you can play it, it is really impressive. And there's some of the damage we were hoping that TPO Reform would draft. It's a little bit more situational with the Hwei and Zyra, but it is there. And it going into a Galio can be difficult because he does have that innate magic resist shield. So it could be really hard to bring down this Galio in a team fight if he does get super far ahead.
One thing that I am finding pretty interesting with this draft is I was talking about the Amumu having that passive being able to lower the magic resist of people. And overall, TPO Reformed, they are playing a magic damage heavy lineup right now. Ornn, Zyra, Hwei. Amumu also deals quite a bit of magic damage. It's just going to be Ziggy on that Ashe, the only source of attack damage. But at the same time, Galio was second pick. It's a champion that scales really well with magic resist. So it will be a little bit difficult trying to get past that. But yeah, we'll have to see how that goes. I think overall it's still worth it if you do have the Amumu, as we see Seraphine being the 10th pick.
Yeah, and I mean, this Amumu is going to have to go that Abyssal Mask second item just so they actually can deal damage in this game. But like you said, Seraphine is the last pick we see here in this draft. It was played last week by Maelstrom. They're picking it again here tonight. Maelstrom really going all in on this team fight with Sejuani, Galio, Seraphine over the top with the ultimate. Definitely looking to get the fights going on their terms, but it doesn't mean Reformed is slouches in the teamfight department in their own right. They have the Amumu with the Ornn combo, and if you get that on top of a Zyra ultimate with enough plants out, they do a significant amount of damage on TPO side. But if Ziggy gets behind in this game and 40 on this Galio gets ahead, it is going to be hell for TPO Reformed in this first game.
Yeah, I agree. One strategy I could see working for Maelstrom, though, is a 1-4 strat, because the Ornns are not going to be able to really match into the Urgot once a couple items start coming through. The Urgot's definitely just going to be able to take over that lane. So they would have to send the Hui, because Hui can at least clear the waves no problem. But if your Hui's gone, like we were talking about, that's one of their main sources of damage. So the 4v4 becomes so much stronger for Maelstrom in that situation. But at the same time, if Reformed goes 1-3-1, I think they're going to be able to win that, because Galio's not really going to be able to answer Ornn that well either, because I think Ornn eventually does end up winning that matchup. So this could be a pretty interesting macro game coming out, because depending on how the lane assignments go, depending on how the waves get pressured, it could really change a lot in terms of the dynamics of this game.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just going to be a long slated game to start with. I believe Maelstrom has our longest game time overall in the season at like 42.5 minutes or something ridiculous like that. So they really play for that late game and try to just win off good team fights set up, while TPO Reformed has kind of been struggling in like all phases of the game. I think they can be solid in this matchup. It just depends on how they look and how they're getting these team fights going, because like you said, if they're going for that 1-4 style and Hui isn't there, it's going to be really hard for them to deal any significant damage in these team fights. And if they pull the Sejuani and Galio engage before Reformed is in a position, and then you follow that up with the Encore, it just feels like TPO Reformed really has no way back into a team fight or into a game if that is how it's set up. So I think Maelstrom has the upper hand going into this first game here. I don't know what you're thinking, Toki.
I think I'll probably... I don't think I can give either of these two teams an edge, to be completely honest. I think that it really comes down to how each of these teams play. I think there's a lot of variables that could change how it goes. Like, I think both of these team compositions, they have a pretty good method of playing that they want to do. Because I mean, the Wombo combo coming out of Reformed is incredibly powerful, much more powerful than Maelstrom, because they have a huge CC chain, but they don't really have too much damage to follow it up. We were talking about the damage issues coming out of TPO Reformed, but I think Maelstrom has a similar issue, because if Varus goes burst damage, then they can follow up on that CC burst. But then if that doesn't end up killing them, and with Amumu and Ornn, good chance it won't, then they don't have good follow-up damage. So Varus would need to go regular auto attack on hit. But if Varus does that, then they're lacking the initial burst, and it's kind of works into itself. So I think both teams actually drafted similar styles, just different methods of doing it. They both want a death ball. They both want a team team fight. So we're just going to have to see how each of these teams are going to be able to execute.
Yeah, and I think the one thing I'm really looking at here for TPO Reformed is the spot lane. Is Poodle on this Zyra? This is a champion you don't see a lot, but it can be super impressive in lane and in game if you are going against a really good Zyra player. And comboing up with that Ashe, like we said, this is a bot lane duo, a tale old as time, song as old as rhyme, Beauty and the Beast. But regardless of that, I think like if Poodle is a stellar Zyra player, it just becomes even harder for Maelstrom to play this game, just because of how much zone control and just control over the map state that you can have with these Zyra plants that are poking you from far away. Probably going to be going with that double burn build, the Leandries and the Blackfire Torch, I would assume is going to be the choice here. It can really start to punch through the Sejuani and the Galio to deal that significant amount of like poke chunk damage before a team fight even starts. And if that happens, it becomes easier for TPO to get the team fights they're looking for. But if this bot lane is put at all behind, it is more Maelstrom winning than it is TPO, because Zyra does need a lot of gold as an AP style of support.
Yeah, for sure. But the other part I'm also noticing is we said during the first phase how we like that they picked the Galio to kind of work with the passive for Sejuani, but there's no other melees on that team. There's no one else to proc that. And
yeah,
I mean, I think that's actually going to be an issue. They pretty much have to play through mid lane, which, again, makes sense. 40 has been their star player so far this season. But, again, on the Galio, it's not going to matter quite as much.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how 40 and the rest of the team play around this not normal carry style that they are on. But the only way we're going to be able to figure out which team is going to start off this series at 1-0 is once we come back from the spectator delay. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. And welcome back for our first game of our series between TPO Reformed and Maelstrom Esports. TPO going to be on the blue side, Maelstrom going to be on the red side. And looking at everything so far, the only thing that's sticking out to me is that this isn't the normal support for Maelstrom. It is actually Bixis, the org owner, playing support here for his team here tonight. Definitely not something I was expecting to see here.
Yeah, me neither. And it is Henry Waternoose up in the top lane as well. So lots of very interesting movements here. I mean, overall, there's a lot of changes. Lynxie's playing on the top side, and then it will be at Trade Ace again over in the mid lane. So lots of different little roster moves for both these two teams. I mean, I think it should still be okay for both these two teams. I mean, again, 40 is still playing. That was kind of the thing we were talking about for Maelstrom. And then Ziggy and Poodle, they're still going to be the bot lane over the side of TPO Reform. So the people that we thought were going to be the leaders of this game, they're still here. They just got a little bit of a different support staff.
Yeah, and from what I heard from a couple people during the auto talk and before we even went live for that, is that the CPO reform did pick up Lynxie and actually looked a lot better in the games that they did play in a scrim before this, I believe. I'm not sure who they scrimmed, but I got a little bit of cider info that this team has been looking better, especially with Lynxie in the play. So definitely curious to see how that really changes how TPO decides to play this game. But I think we're going to be still honing in on the same points before. If it's got to be Ziggy and Poodle getting a lead in the spot lane, and you got to be neutralizing 40 in that mid lane for the side of TPO. And if you're Maelstrom, you want to get 40 and God of Chaos as ahead as possible. And even Henry Waternoose on this Urgot. Urgots can take over team fights and be such a menace come the later stages of this game. So really curious to see how Godmaw is going to be pathing this game and how it's responded to by the rest of TPO.
Yeah, definitely going to be the interesting move. I mean, like I said, I think Godmon kind of has to play towards that mid lane. It's the only place they can utilize that passive, at least until level 6. Once they have that level 6, then it could be fine to go towards the other lanes. But one other thing I just kind of noticed that I also wanted to bring to your attention, it is going to be the summon Aerie on the Ornn. Haven't seen that too often. I have seen it before. It does help a lot with the poke, especially into a ranged matchup. It does give a little bit more pressure and increases the all-in potential, but still definitely not the standard pick coming out from the Ornn.
Well, I mean, everybody at this point, with Ornn being around as long as he has, should know about the Ornn Bull, the Ornn Bible. It's something every Ornn player refers to because there's a guy who spent like so many hours, so many games of what you take in every single matchup. So if they're going by that and you're going by the Ornn Bull, he's probably saying, hey, Aries, what you take in this matchup for X, Y, Z reasons. I wish I could tell you them, but I assume Lynxie knows what he's doing. And even in my comp teams and people I played with, I've seen them go Aerie on Ornn in specific matchups, and it does make sense. It does work. You're not as innately tanky, but it can help you in those trades that you need in these types of matchups.
Yeah, no, I think Aerie this match is good, and the Ornn God macro. I've definitely know the Ornn Bible. Don't get me wrong, but to kind of give an idea of what this is for, because it's a ranged matchup, typically you take Grasp on Ornn, but if Urgot plays properly, you're never going to be able to proc it. So it ends up being just a completely wasted rune. As hold that thought, we see Godmaw walking top, but
he's on
get
vision.
spotted out.
Yeah, a nice early ward there by Lynxie, knowing, hey, my Mumu's on the bot side. That means this is Ronnie's probably up on this top side. So gets an early ward, sees exactly where Godmaw is. So no early action really coming out so far. Just a bunch of CS leads on the side of Maelstrom so far in this early game.
Yeah. And then, okay, to get back to that thought then. So with the Aerie, you're actually able to get quite a bit of damage into the Urgot, especially early on, before either of them have items, before any of them really either tank up or really start being able to trade with their normal patterns. It will kind of give that extra little bit of an edge that the Ornn needs to be able to safely farm before those tank items come out, before Lynxie can just stand there tanking up the autos and the abilities coming out of the Urgot. So that's kind of the logic behind it. There's just no other good rune with Grass just not really being great as Godma looking for the bot lane.
Godma's looking to go in bot, but a nice Bramblethorns by Poodle. Now Poodle gonna have to flash away from this play. Ziggy being slowed up and taking a big chunk of damage. The piercing arrow does hit Ziggy at a quarter HP. Gonna have to heal up the best he is. And now this bot lane for TPO Reform is in a lot of trouble now that Poodle has no flash. You could just look for a repeat gank as Godma, but they are going to be starting up this dragon as Big Rev is looking for some counter jungle up in the top side.
Yeah, I would have liked to have the side of Maelstrom kind of be on the same page for that engage. I think if they all were attacking onto Poodle, that would have been the first blood going for them. And I mean, it still worked out. They're going to get the dragon, but if they went for Poodle, they would have gotten dragon and first blood. But they pushed out Ziggy, and because they did end up going for that dragon, they're not going to be able to actually pressure Ziggy out. So while they did put in a lot of time, a lot of effort, it's just going to be for that one objective. Which is still traded for Godma's camps. I think if they got the first blood onto Poodle on top of it all, it would have definitely been an even better play. But yeah, I digress.
Yeah, and I mean, it was already starting to look really rough there in the bot lane for the side of TPO, but Ziggy dodging out on the double E from Vixis on the Seraphine was able to actually stay alive and not have to use any of the summoning spells there. But now I assume we're going to see Big Rev trying to play towards his bot side. But it feels bad because the dragon's already down, and the only play that's going to be being made is around these grubs. As we see everybody starting to walk up to this top side of the map, it looks like we're going to be having an early 4v4 fight over this first set of grubs. As Rev is getting engaged on here by Godmom, but nothing coming out. Poodle just there for assistance as the TP's coming out of 40, as teams are posturing for position right now. Henry Waternews trying to get in there, get some damage on Rev. But I assume this is just going to have to be the grubs given over here as we see all TPO retreating to elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, I think Big Rev right now, before Curse of the Sad Mummy, just wouldn't be able to survive long enough in the fight. It is the Conqueror Amumu, and then it is Faded Ashes for that first item. And Lynxie now is going to have that level 6. With that, they could have maybe looked to fight, but Maelstrom already had the vision. They already had the inside track. They had the wave pushed in mid. They had a perfect setup to start going for those grubs. So I think it was the right call from TPO to give it away. I think they would have not really done well in that fight.
Yeah, Big Rev just looking for some chunk damage onto Vixis right now as he is aggressively passing, hit the double bandage toss, but now just going to have to retreat. Now 40's here. They're looking at the Big Rev right now. Big Rev might have to flash here. 40 does get in range, but is able to just walk out. Poodle walking over to escort the jungler out of a hairy situation.
Yeah, I mean, that's still going to be blue stolen. Big Rev, though, does lose a little bit of tempo going for that play. Getting a little bit of poke, especially on those Seraphine's, not going to really amount to too much. And because of that, the play where they're able to cheat tempo a little bit, steal away that blue buff, doesn't matter too much because Godma is just going to be able to answer that over on the opposite side of the map. But if they aren't able to make this dive play work, that could definitely change things around.
Yeah, got a Chaos' face striker right now. Gets hit by the bandage toss. Curse of the Sad Mummy comes out. Flash forward by Big Rev looking for the bandage toss too. Hits it and gets the first blood. Goes out of tower range. And now they could look to redive Bixis on this one. No heal. Still has flash, but no summoners out of God of Chaos on a nice patient play by Big Rev to pick up first blood for his team.
Yeah, and Ziggy actually gets really low during that play as well. And this should be a steal onto the Gromp as Poodle and Atreides both going to be here as well. But Big Rev doesn't actually have some light to get the last hit onto it.
Yeah, now this is a dangerous situation because 40's roaming. Some nice damage onto Bixis there, but will not fall from the signature of Visionary bonus damage and a little bit of burn that you get on Hui when you hit all three abilities. But yeah, Bixis is gonna now have to reset super far back. We can see him on the mini-map there and worried about what's coming. But overall, a nice early advantage for TPO Reform.
Yeah, I mean, they're up 400 gold. They have the first blood. They did lose out on the first few objectives, which is definitely going to hurt them. And any kind of those early dragons doesn't really do too much early, but it is percentage scaling. So once they start getting those items, it's really going to start mattering a lot more for Maelstrom. It's going to give them a lot more of that advantage as solo kill in the top lane.
Yeah, Henry Waternoose picking up a solo kill there. It looks like he got the Fear Beyond Death Croc. We're going to go back in time and look at this one because Lynxie's trying his best to fight out here. Nice disdain out of Henry Waternoose. Hits the ultimate there and just pulls him back in for that first blood. Or sorry, second blood. First blood for his team.
Yeah, I actually think that if the Horn Charge landed and Henry Waternoose got that knockup, I think that could have been a kill for Lynxie, especially with the Ornhorn still available. Those brittle procs, as we all know, the tank, mage, assassin, DPS, Ornn can definitely bring it out when that combo hits, but Henry Waternoose able to step forward just enough to avoid that stun, avoid, first of all, proccing that first brittle and renewing it as well. Definitely made sure that that solo fight went his way.
Yeah, and it was a nice buffer on the disdain too at the same time, just to be able to create enough distance there and able to just immediately hit the Fear Beyond Death there, able to get the execute range. But overall, I think the thing that I'm looking at the most right now is this mid lane CS gap that's been built up by 40. Going against a Hui has that 10 CS lead, which is something I really wasn't expecting to see in this matchup.
Yeah, I think that when Atreides was roaming down to that bot lane, did have to give up an extra wave. But even so, is behind 2 full waves right now. I think Atreides... actually, no, there were 2 waves. Because first, Atreides went down to kill the dragon. And then secondly, went down to try and get that pick off onto Vixis. Wasn't able to get it, got Vixis quite low. But I think overall, Atreides should still be okay. 40 obviously going to be able to free farm right now. Not going to really be pressured over in the mid lane. But Atreides isn't super far behind yet.
And Big Rev has been sitting in this bush for a minute. Finally, he's going to reveal himself on the sword in the river. They're going to know exactly where he is. Dragon is spawned, and we see Henry Waternoose working his way down here to the bot lane. Bandit shots in by Big Rev onto Godmod. They're going to proc the Fury of the North, that passive there, the Permafrost passive there, just with the slow. But overall, it's still an advantage in the area to Maelstrom, as they have 5 down here for the second dragon. Lynxie up in the top lane, no TP. They're probably just going to be giving over second dragon of the game, and that will be the feats of monster slaying over to the side of Maelstrom, unless there is a steal coming out from TPO.
I gotta hope Big Rev does not go for the steal. I think it's completely okay to have this trade. Lynxie's definitely
Oh, he's going for it. He doesn't get it, and now he's just going to get CC'd up every which way, and the kill goes over to Vixis. I don't like that play.
Me neither. No, like I was saying, Big Rev does not need to go for that. If they steal it, they don't really get too much out of it. They've already don't have the position. If they wanted to contest Dragon, they needed Lynxie to roam down, especially considering that is going to be a big part of that team fight.
We're fighting the bot lane.
We're fighting everywhere.
God Chaos is flashing forward. He gets a double kill, but Henry Waternoose trying to go on Lynxie. Nothing coming out there. The horn of the Call the Forge got used out of Lynxie. Gets Henry Waternoose very low there. But now we're going to go back in time in the bot lane, and it's just God of Chaos hitting everything, it looks like. Vixis. All right, so Vixis walking forward, clearing vision. They think they have a pick on him. Poodle hits the E, immediately followed up by the Enchanted Crystal Air out of Ziggy, but the CC is on top, and the God of Chaos is just raining down supremacy over top. Flash is even to get on top of Poodle after the flash, and it is the feats of warfare picked up very quickly. The full feats of strength picked up for the side of Maelstrom Esports at that time. And now with the grubs spawning, it's going to be even rougher for the side of TPO. It looks like they're trying to get onto Godmaw right now. They're using only engaged Crystal Stat Monk. Bandit Sauce is all coming out. And Atreides picking up that kill in super fast fashion in the fast forward.
Yeah, I mean, this is all pretty big plays coming out of Maelstrom right now. They got the feats. They got the dragon. I think if Big Rev didn't go for that steal, they wouldn't have been able to make that play happen in the bot lane. They would have had that Amumu in the area, and that was still a decently long team fight. That was more on the side of TPO Reformed. It was in their jungle, kind of. And Lynxie got 2 plates during that play, got to shove out the lane. I mean, no more CS disadvantage there for the Ornn. So I think that if Big Rev didn't go for that play, I actually think that was a good trade for them. Giving up that second dragon was not that big a deal until everything else happened after it.
Yeah, Chaos just ensued right after that. But they're able to pick up the second set of grubs for themselves. Atreides able to pick up a kill for himself, which is feeling good. Getting that on the play here in this early game. And even with the 4 kills in favor the 2 dragons, it's still an even gold lead thanks to the plates that TPO was able to pick up in the top side with Lynxie being up there that whole time.
Yeah, but well, looking at this, I'm just trying to think about it. I'm trying to think about it in terms of scaling, because everything's said and done. There is no gold lead for either of these 2 teams. The gold is completely even for both teams. It is only 1 kill up right now for the side of Maelstrom. I'm assuming that's mostly from plates. Lynxie did have quite a bit of alone time there in the top lane, which is a bit unfortunate because it is an Ornn. Ornn definitely better in the team fights. But that's still a lot of solo XP going the way of Lynxie on that Ornn. That's going to bring out the ornaments even sooner. And that will definitely help them with that late game scaling. It's going to be a pretty big advantage because, like we said, both these two teams, they kind of drafted more of a frontline, just big wombo comp team fight oriented build. And those extra stats coming out from Ornn are definitely going to be worth a lot more.
Yeah, and I mean, the worst part about it, feeling in the bot lane, is that Vixis went for this Mikhail's first item, which really lowers the 2v2 power that Ziggy and Poodle do have on this Ashe, Zyra, and especially with God of Chaos even taking the cleanse in his back pocket, it feels like they're just never going to be able to CC up this Varus unless he oversteps here on this wave, as we see Big Rev sitting, waiting for a play. Godmon is also down here. Big Rev's going to hit the bandage toss, hits the double curse of the Sad Mummy. Vixis has to flash away, but the second bandage toss is followed up immediately. The encore is there. Godmaw on the counter engage, gets the first kill. The second one, God of Chaos, is landing all these auto attacks with the lethal tempo. Picks up Ziggy. Big Rev gonna have to run away. Godmaw and God of Chaos are in. The blue ward is there. Hail of arrows down. A double kill for God of Chaos.
Yeah, a little bit of bad chain CCing coming out from TPO Reform, but I think even if that was done perfectly, they still lose that play. The Godmaw was in a perfect position to fight against that, and the charm coming out of Vixis, perfectly angled, hits onto, I believe, 2 or 3 of them. And that's all she wrote after that. They were underneath the tower. It was 3v3. The cleanse from God of Chaos still resulted in dodging a lot of those other skill shots coming through. And there's a 4-1-2 on-hit Varus now on the side of Maelstrom. That's going to be scary because on-hit scales quite a bit better.
Yeah, and especially against the front line, it's definitely better in this game just because you're not really fully assassinating either the Ornn or the Amumu if you are going with that lethality build, so the on-hit makes a lot more sense. And we saw how strong it is when you are just getting these straight up like 3v3 fights in the bot lane. You're able to put out so much more damage. But now with the Rift Herald on the map, they're playing up towards the top side. Is Maelstrom trying to get a pick onto Atreides here, but he's going to run down to the rest of his team where it is dark for the side of Maelstrom, so not wanting to overchase there. But the third dragon of the game is spawning up here. It is that Chemtech dragon. Do not let the overlay lie to you. Riot doesn't fix anything in their game. But it is going to be a Chemtech soul for our game number 1 here, as now instead of the Herald, we see the side of Maelstrom trying to set up on it. A nice little bit of damage coming out there out of Atreides, but still just posturing for position right now. Both Lynxie and Henry Waternoose down here looking to get this team fight going.
Yeah, now we don't have the item overlay on right now, but it is interesting to me. 40 actually went Archangel Staff as the first item, and that hasn't been upgraded to a Seraph's quite yet. So despite having that full item completed, 40 is actually very squishy and not that strong yet.
Bandage toss going in. Oh, it hits onto 3. Craves with the Sad Mummy down. Call it 40 dodge over top, but so is the heroic entrance. Big Rev is just going to go down instantly after this fight. And nice encore to multiple people. Lynxie tried to do his best. Gets the shutdown on the Big Rev. Now 40's in a lot of trouble. Has to flash away. Lynxie still has the pressure. Still looking to go forward. They pick up the kill. Ziggy with the W picking up the kill there onto Henry Waternoose. And the damage is coming out. Atreides looking for the poke from long range. Godmon, God of Chaos, completely out of this fight. And that is a 1 fight for TPO. And it should be the Dragon to go in tow with it.
Yep, and the Wombo combo came out first for TPO. They were able to get the advantage. So then Maelstrom just has to use everything defensively. And I mean, Big Rev landing that Curse of the Sad Mummy on 4, the Ornn Horn on top of all of that. And 40 was even able to lower the damage, had that spell shield on everyone, but it really didn't end up mattering in the end. They managed to get the Dragon, they managed to get 2. And again, the Gold League just gone. Both these teams are even. We said this would be a close series, and they're definitely delivering so far.
Yeah, and Ziggy kind of losing the 1v1 to minions right now, goes very, very low in this bottom lane, but just going to be able to push out this wave. Never mind, just going to let it slowly push out here. I don't think that's the right call, but going for it anyway. Going to channel his recall here after picking up the kill in that team fight with the volley proc. But the full max range bandage toss out of Big Rev onto God of Chaos, immediately followed up by the Curse of the Sad Mummy. God of Chaos not even having an opportunity to use his cleanse in that team fight. He got bailed out by Vixis using the Mikhails on him and ends up living just barely with his life, but a nice fight by TPO. They're starting to look at the test for this Herald. Big Rev trying to get in there, but it's already going over to the side of Maelstrom. They're looking for a little bit more. Henry Waternoose throws out the Fear Beyond Death, but it completely misses. Herald to the side of Maelstrom.
Yeah, and actually that could have been an opportunity for TPO. I don't think they realized that the smite actually went down on, by Godmaw without there being enough damage to actually get the last hit onto it. I still don't think it'd be worth it. I think it's still much better to give it away instead of trading for the Herald for Big Rev's life. Because Big Rev is finally starting to get to the point, has the Leanders completed, so does Atreides. So now once Big Rev manages to tank up a little bit, already has a Null Magic Mantle, already has the Merc Treads, bit by bit will be able to stand in that front line, but God of Chaos is going to be an issue now. So I think at this point, Big Rev needs 3 items before being able to even stand in the front line at all. As Shade of Corruption almost landing onto Poodle, a nice sidestep there, but with no objective on the map, I think it's okay to just kind of throw out those abilities because you either land it and you get a kill, or you miss it and you just back away with no harm done.
Yeah, and I mean, like you also did point out earlier, is that 40 went for this Archangel staff as his first item, and never mind, Atreides is looking for the solo kill in the top lane. He already sent out the Spiraling Despair, and he picks up the kill on the Henry Waternoose in the 1v1. What happened up there?
Like I called in the draft, by the way, I will be giving myself props. I don't care. I will be selfish. But Linksay cannot match Henry Waternoose, but Henry Waternoose cannot match Atreides because the range is higher for the Hoi, the damage is higher for the Hoi. Henry Waternoose needs to get that toss over the shoulder. Not able to do that into the Hoi. And then at the same time, Linksay does fine into 40. So that 1-3-1 strat I was talking about in the draft, that's exactly what they're doing, and it's working for them so far.
Yeah, and Godmod trying to get the engage there, force them away from the tower, but it doesn't matter. First tower still goes over to the side of TPO with the onslaught that Ziggy and Poodle were putting there. So TPO starting to slowly try to pull away with this game, but even when you think it's starting to go one way, the gold is still dead even in this game. And
yeah, I'm actually a little bit...
We got a gold lead. TPO got another tower. They're up 1,000 gold. Not even.
300. Close enough. It's a kill. But it's actually surprising to me that that was the first tower of the game. I didn't even realize. But yeah, neither team's really been able to push out too much yet. As now both sides are starting to group up towards that dragon. Still a minute and a half. It is a little bit early to set up. Even for that early setup, it will be difficult to keep the wards alive and in place for it. But now with both the mid turret and the bottom turret gone on the side of Maelstrom, TPO can definitely start shoving the lanes in a bit further.
Oh, Big Red flashing forward. Bandage toss. Curse of the Sad Mummy on the God of Chaos. He instantly uses Cleanse, but the Enchanted Crystal Arrow is on top of 40. 40 kiting away. The ultimate from the Godmaw completely misses, but dominating is God of Chaos, picking up the kill on the Big Red, who had no flash. Poodle trying to flash away. Is going to get CC'd up here by the Galio Encore coming out over top. The taunt also hits onto Atreides. Atreides now in trouble. Double kill from God of Chaos. Atreides is going to go down. A triple kill for God of Chaos. Henry Waternoose in the bot lane this whole time, picking up a turret for himself, and that is a 1-team fight. It should be Dragon number 3 for the side of Maelstrom, just like that.
I like the attitude coming out as Linksay
also
going to get
now
dropped.
also in trouble. He's just going to go down to the Godmar, and that might actually also be the Otacon and the Dragon getting their meal and eating even more. On top of that is Maelstrom off of that one play.
Yeah, Linksay had a shutdown as well somehow, so that's pretty cool. Maelstrom definitely going to be coming out quite a bit on top, and I think this is the biggest lead we've seen so far this game, but like I was talking about for the original play, I do like Big Rev wanting to go in there, but they had the area around the dragon in their control. I don't think they needed to force the fight. But granted, that might also be a little bit of results-based analysis just because the play did end up going wrong, maybe if they got that kill, but I still think it's a bit of a low percentage play. They have the cleanse, they have Mikhail's, every other target, they're just not going to be able to burst down, and if the Amuma needs to flash bandage toss to get into that fight, you know you're overextending.
Yeah, and definitely an overextension, like you did say. He was so disconnected from the rest of his team, nobody was really able to follow up on that one. And now 40 going for an even more interesting build, going for the Locket second item. Definitely not something I'm used to seeing on this Galio. It's normally that Unending Despair with more tanky items, not more of this supportive build. Definitely an interesting choice here in this first game.
I mean, I think it's really smart situationally, and that kind of pushes 40 quite a bit up in terms of my personal rankings for mid laner. Because, I mean, typically, yes, it's not the best second item. There's better second items they could go. But God of Chaos is so far ahead. God of Chaos is going to be able to bring more damage than they'll ever need if God of Chaos stays alive. So, and 40's already on the Galio. You're never going to be the hyper carry no matter what you build. If you build full AP, you're still going to get burst because you're not going to be able to survive. You're going to need some tanky items. But this lock is going to help keep God of Chaos alive. And with Bixis on that Seraphine, they're going to have so much peel, so much safety for this 8, 1, and 2 on Hidvarus, almost at 3 items, where I believe
is in trouble now. He's just gonna have to use the Chaos on himself. Uses an Encore, hits absolutely nobody, and that is just a ultimate for a little bit of pressure on the side of TPO as this Baron does spawn on the map. The mid lane turret is still alive. The Herald was popped, but nobody chose to ride it on the side of Maelstrom, and now they're just posturing around this Baron at 25 minutes into this game. Definitely a risky Baron take if you are going to be starting this one up at this point in the game, and looks like Maelstrom is trying to do just that.
I mean, I think Maelstrom, if there wasn't the Scuttle Crab available, the Scuttle Crab vision, I think they could start the Baron.
Oh, call the forward shot is used by Lynxie in the mid lane. I'm not sure what's going down there. God of Chaos is already zoned out of the fight. Big Rev hitting the banish toss onto Godma and just immediately backing up. So an ultimate out of Lynxie turns into nothing. No summoners even used on the side of Maelstrom. Definitely a eagerness out of that play out of Lynxie, thinking he could get a big knock up there and turn a team fight, but nothing coming out of that one. And I think because of reset timers, the Baron side vision could start being taken over by Maelstrom, but with everybody on the bot side, it looks like the vision control around the Baron is going to stay in TPO's favor for the time being.
Yeah, and I actually think that might have been what the engage was for. I'll definitely give them the benefit of the doubt for that, because they did not have control over the Baron. They had the Scuttle Crab, but outside of that, Maelstrom had full control over the topside jungle. I would have liked to see them get a couple deep wards after they pushed everyone back. They saw at least 3 members from Maelstrom over in that mid lane. They needed to walk in a little bit, maybe get a ward around the Raptors, maybe get a ward near the red buff, not on the red buff. I don't think they'd be able to go that deep. And even though those wards are probably going to get cleared, those are going to be vision resources burned by Maelstrom to clear something that isn't the Baron pit. So that would give a lot more pressure for TPO to just kind of sit around the Baron. They're going to have a lot more warning before it gets started. They're going to have a lot more freedom when it comes to moving around on the map.
Yeah, and now Godmon could be in a little bit of trouble, but just uses that Arcane Assault over the wall. Never mind, the Enchanted Crystal Air hits on him. Vixis has to flash out of the back of the pit as the Banish Toss was hit. Now 40 being pulled back in. The Baron was aggro, so Big Rev going to take a lot of damage there at that point. And now it looks like Maelstrom is looking to posture for more vision in this area with Henry Waterloo sitting around. But Lynxie has walked up here. They're just looking to try to get control. 40 on the backside, kind of spotted out a little bit. But now Poodle, they don't know they're sitting on a ward right now as Big Rev, Poodle, and Ziggy. Lynxie given the ornament over to Atreides at this point in the game. Oh man, 40 has a flank angle. He is spotted out though, but it's just still, there's no... Oh, 40 just going over with a super blast cone, hits a 3-man taunt, immediately busted out. The encore misses, the ultimate misses. Big Red to the backline, hits the Curse of Sad Mummy onto a few people, but it's not enough, has to flash away. Henry Waternoose is getting low, but so is 40 looking to go low. Henry Waternoose having to flash away. Everything is going left, right, sideways, and nobody is falling yet at this point in the game. Henry Waternoose gets the healing shield from the Seraphine to keep himself alive as that Severing Bolt was coming out from Atreides. They were still looking to get onto Henry Waternoose, but at the end of the day, so many ultimates used, no lives lost.
Yeah, a lot of ultimates used, a lot of ultimates not able to connect, but either way, super close fight. I really like that angle that 40 found. Unfortunately, the follow-up just wasn't quite there, not immediately. And Lynxie had a really nice Call of the Forge God. And again, they just have so many zoning tools available for them on the side of TPO Reform, especially in those choke points. They have the Spiring Despair from Atreides, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow from Ziggy. Like, every single ultimate that they have is super good, especially in those choke points. So the fact that Maelstrom, despite having a couple of their ultimates miss, were able to all walk away, I think you take that on the side of Maelstrom. And at the same time, from TPO Reform, they were decently behind. I think at this point, they've mostly caught up, especially once we take into account the ornaments. Already 3 of them out onto the teammates. I think they're pretty happy with that as well, not going down there.
The Enchanted Crystal Arrow just misses onto God of Chaos, but it still takes a lot of damage as the TP did come out of 40 as the Kentex Soul has spawned onto the map, and it looks like we're going to be getting another team fight over this one. Positioning is starting to be jockeyed here between these two teams. Big Rev is trying his best to walk forward and look for the engage and look for the angle He's trying to get onto this back line. Henry Waternoose in a really bad spot. The fear makes the Q miss from the Big Rev Amumu, but now Henry Waternoose is in a lot of trouble. A nice heroic punch forward, but Henry Waternoose falls to the backside on Linksy. Big Rev looking to get on the back line, hits the curse of the sad mummy onto God of Chaos. God of Chaos still cutting out, still alive, as 40 goes back in, looking to get the shield of the Ram taunt. Hits it onto Ziggy. Ziggy going super low, is not going to fall yet, ends up going down on the backside. Linksy is still creating space. God of Chaos is still alive. Poodle flashing forward, trying to get onto him. Godmaw is still creating zone and trading. Said Poodle looking to pick up the stragglers, trying to get the damage across. Godmaw going super low. God of Chaos is still low, but they're still going to back out of this fight. He's looking for the blading arrow, and he hits it on to Atreides. Atreides falls, and God of Chaos, despite being engaged on, despite being the focus, still ends up living at the end of the team fight and being the reason his team gets the W at the end of that one. But the Chemtech Dragon has not gone down, and now Godmaw has the tempo to go back on, but I expect there's still going to be some contest over it.
Definitely. I think that was part one of the fight over this Chemtech Soul, but God of Chaos just barely surviving. By how much HP, you ask? By the amount of shielding you get from the Locket of the Iron Solari. So 40. Massive props. They still have the 10, 1, and 3 now. Varus alive. God of Chaos. 3 items, 3.5 items, really. And they're going to be able to take control over this dragon as well. Big Rev might be able to get there in time with the Super Blast Cone.
Oh, no, he's late. Oh, no, he's just going to go down to Stain, hits onto Big Rev. Big Rev is going to try his best, but ends up falling to the boss man, Henry Waternoose himself, on the end of that fight. And now that's just going to be Baron that can just be started up here by the side of Maelstrom Esports. Or, sorry, Maelstrom Platinum.
Yeah, and I mean, with the amount of shielding they have, Chemtech is going to be so useful. They're going to be able to stay below 50% HP for a long time. And then, obviously, the Chemtech Dragons themselves, without the Chemtech Soul, benefiting the shielding and the healing. Super good onto Seraphine. Super good. Henry Waternoose is able to bring out shielding. They have a lot of shields in their items as well. Like, they're going to have so much advantage just from these two Chemtech Dragons. Baron on top of it to boot, and they still only have one turret, though, on the side of Maelstrom, despite having Soul.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just because they haven't been trying to get the play to crack this mid-tier 1 outer. I assume with this Baron, they're going to be able to start taking out a lot of the standing gold that is on the map for the side of Maelstrom to pick up here. The top lane turret already going to go down to Henry Waternoose. They're looking for a play on the bot side now onto Linksy, Poodle, and Ziggy. The Arctic Assault used by Godmaw to go over the wall as he says, hey, we got no play here on this backside, but never mind, Linksy's looking for a play himself using that Super Blast Cone right on top of Godmaw, but now that's just going to be the mid lane turret because they sacrificed the pressure going over to the side of Maelstrom Esports, and I assume they're going to be looking to push forward for this tier 2 as well, as they are zoning away all the members from the side of TPO. This should be tier 2 going down, but Big Rev might have something to say about it, looking to get into a correct position to maybe look for a play for his team here, but just gonna save the turret for the time being.
Yeah, I'm glad they didn't go in. Ziggy's in the bot lane. I don't think they have enough damage to take anyone out without Ziggy. And Ziggy will be on 3 items soon. Definitely, well, I wouldn't say that Ziggy's been struggling, but hasn't been that frontline member, that main carry that we like to see Ziggy as. But again, Ashe does scale. Ashe does deal quite a bit of damage once those 3 to 4 items start approaching. And it is a team that is very easily kiteable. Their main engages come from very long range. They're definitely dodgeable, especially with the cleanse available for Ziggy. So it will be difficult to jump onto the Ashe, but everyone else, Godmaw, 40, they have a pretty short range dashes. They're not going to be able to get onto Ziggy super easily without tearing out the front line. So now with that 3rd item completed with the Runaan's Hurricane, Ziggy's going to be strong. Ziggy's going to be able to DPS, and this could be a turnaround moment for TPO, even into Soul, but it's still going to be an uphill battle.
Yeah, and I mean, something to talk about is that when you are playing with an Ornn on your team, you want to be making sure you're getting these ornaments on the correct items, and I think Ziggy ended up getting his on the wrong one. You want to put that on the IE, but never mind, Poodle is getting hit by the Encore. The Coral of the Forge God is coming out over top, trying to get a It was trying to be able to help Poodle, but Poodle just goes down so quickly on this Zyra. It makes it really hard when you do get engaged on. A nice encore by Bixis, but like I was saying, normally you want the flat stats that come out of the ornaments. You want it on that IE, but it goes onto the Unicall Wild Arrows. So Ziggy maybe losing a little bit of that upfront damage that you do need on this Ashe to break through the team comp that Maelstrom has drafted, but now they're looking for it. Team like Godma is posturing in the front line. They're just looking to get some assault onto it, but now the blighted arrows hits. Oh, the glacial prison onto Big Rev, but it does not matter. They're all too far away. Ziggy already having to use cleanse with that Chains of Corruptions did hit onto him, but now in the meantime, 40 is split pushing in the spot lane, has not popped that heroic entrance yet. Linksy gonna try his best to clear this wave as Atreides does the same in the bottom lane, but now mid lane is still under siege as a 4-man unit. Maelstrom looks to re-engage and take this one. Big Rev no flash, but still has the double bandage toss and the ultimate, but it's just gonna be saved for now. Nothing else going down, only losing Poodle at the end of that long extended play.
I mean, when Poodle went down, I don't think it was that big a deal. I think what was the big deal is as Henry Waterner is just going to be able to walk away, but what was the big deal was the Ornhorn used there by Linksy. We saw that stun they managed to get in the mid lane. All 4 of them were clumped in this tiny little area. Now imagine the play they could have gotten if Linksy had Ornhorn in that moment. Just starting that play, dealing so much burst damage. Big Rev still had Curse of the Sad Mummy. Atreides would be able to use this Spiral of Despair. They would have been able to deal so much damage. Maybe even just straight up won that fight 4v5 because of the positioning there. If they had that ultimate to follow up on that initial mispositioning on the side of Maelstrom.
Yeah, and looking at the builds here, God of Chaos choosing to go for that Edge of Night, not something you normally see on the on-hit Varus. He does have the Terminus, so I was expecting to see that Jaxos come out like we see on both Henry Waternoose and on 40 in this game. I expected to see the same from God of Chaos, but prioritizing that spell shield instead of the resistances that you get is his choice in this game. I definitely can see why it would be good, but it's not the typical build that you do see. Oh, never mind. The Chain of Corruptions hit onto Ziggy. Ziggy just going to instantly go down. Cleanse used by God of Chaos once that bandage toss did hit. Don't think that was necessary. God of Chaos picking up 2 kills, and I think with that, it's starting to look like the beginning of the end here for TPO. No Baron, they're able to clear these waves thanks to having a Atreides and Linksy, so it's going to be a little bit difficult for Maelstrom to get the end off that 2-man play that they got.
I'm actually not a fan of any defensive items at all for God of Chaos. You have the Seraphine. You have the Cleanse. The Seraphine has the Mikhails. 40 went Locket. I think you just need to go full glass cannon. Your team will keep you alive. If they don't, it doesn't matter what item you get. You need to be able to trust in your team that they're going to be able to keep you safe. Like, I mean, obviously it's still working out for them as they are looking to secure this Elder for themselves. There is no smite on the side of TPO Reform. Maybe they'll be able to get it over.
No. I thought he had it there for a second. I will be honest with you. But Godmaw having the clutch smite, able to pick up the Elder Dragon here for his team. Baron spawning in 20 seconds, so I assume that Maelstrom is just going to take both of the big end game buffs and look to end once they have both those in their pockets as they're taking resets right now.
Yeah, and this will be a good opportunity for them. But it is important to note that because of the nature of the team comp coming out from TPO Reformed, if the Baron does get started by Maelstrom and they have some kind of angle to start a fight, they have a big CC wombo combo build. Elder is scary if that initial engage doesn't work, but in theory they could try to fight around Baron. I don't think they should anyway, but it's always fun to theorize those potential crazy plays, those Hail Marys. And right now it looks like their plan is to just kind of trade away onto this bot side, collect some of the objective bounties. They know they're probably going to be giving away Baron right now, and they know it'd be really difficult to contest into it because of that Elder. So at the very least, they're going to be able to get a little bit of sitting gold on the map. They're going to be able to get a couple items in their pockets when they do have to start defending for this next push coming out of Maelstrom.
I have a question for you, Toki.
Yep.
Why does Bixis have Frozen Heart?
To lower the attacks. I'm actually
of the Amumu?
I'm actually not sure. I mean, yeah, no, I genuinely don't know. Maybe it's because Bixis wanted a little bit of a defensive item, but also wanted to have some mana.
you don't need to be. Just build Moonstone. That's your defensive item. You keep everyone alive. You keep yourself alive with that. It's definitely a choice, but never mind. Forget that 40 is getting engaged on, but never mind. He's so tanky. He just lives that whole thing, even with the Spiral of Despair coming out from traded. He was just trying to cancel recalls, get the Baron push going, as we see Henry Waternoose and Vixus up in the top lane, laying siege to that tier 3 in the top lane, as Godmaw is clearing up the wave in the mid lane. They could look for their engage now. If you are TPO, it is a split fight right now, but choosing with the more defensive option of just attempting to clear out these waves instead of looking to potentially throw the game here.
Yeah, so they will be able to defend. They will only lose that one in... Oh, no, they don't even lose their inhibitor on the top side, eh? They were just able to back away, so... Bit of a slower ending to this game, but TPO, they're holding out for now, and just to go back to that Frozen Heart, I have no idea. I think that's my professional opinion on this. I have no idea why Frozen Heart would be the item. I don't think there's a lot of attack speed to lower. Maybe it works on the plants, but I mean, Ziggy's the only target where lowering attack speed would be good, and I could understand that for maybe Godmaw or 40 or Henry Waternoose, but Bixus should never be near the Ash. If Bixus is near Ziggy, Ziggy's going to be taking you down regardless of Frozen Heart or not. And otherwise, you're just never going to be in range to lower that attack speed.
Also, why does Ziggy have a phage? What is happening in this game here, Toki? I don't know what these builds are anymore. I'm being honest with you, but a build we can talk about is the God of Chaos. He has a Wit's End here now, which I think is a very smart pickup at this point in the game. Yes, I know you said you don't like defensive items, but it's not defensive because it has an on-hit passive that does help tread armor resist.
Yeah, and that is one of the issues with current on-hit builds. There's only so many items that actually do anything. Once you get past that, there's no true full DPS on-hit items, so you do end up kind of going for that tankier option. But, I mean, at this point, I wouldn't even mind a couple of lethality items coming out from God of Chaos. Maybe something just with ability haste.
He's got a Tonight. He's got a lethality item.
That's true, but I don't know. I would have preferred
Kratos has to flash away from Henry Waternoose. Henry Waternoose flashes forward. He hits the ultimate on there. And she has the Crystal Arrow going to the next Summoner's Rift game as it misses onto Henry Waternoose there. 2 flashes burned out of the top and mid from each side respectively, but nobody ends up going down.
Yeah, but a lot more cooldowns burned. Well, not a lot more. One more cooldown burned on the side of TPO Reform, but again, their defensive positioning is really good, and they're hard to walk into. Zyra's one of the best champions in the game when it comes to defending that pseudo high ground that we have in this game of League of Legends. And then Atreides on the Hui, huge wave clear. And again, the Wombo combo, it's always scary. It's always so difficult to walk up. And when both team comps are death ball comps, it means that the engages are going to be explosive.
Linksy gets caught. A nice 5-man encore by Vixus. They're going through everybody. 40 in the backline, look for the shield of Durand, but quickly down is Linksy, followed up quickly on the Atreides. 40 going forward with that heroic punch, and I think that might just be the game at this point, Toki, as there is the wave in the top side. There's no tower there. They can just take the inhib and look to end through that play. Vixus with a clutch 5-man encore, hitting through everybody on both sides of the team, extends that range to the maximum, and is a clean team fight win for Maelstrom.
Yeah, I mean, there's still 3 members alive, and Ziggy's dealing quite a bit of damage in the front line. I mean, look at that coming out onto Godmaw. They could try to defend.
There's only 3 minions here. 40 going forward with the heroic punch, trying to hit that shield of the Ram taunt onto multiple people. Doesn't hit anybody. The beat drop is also missing, and it looks like they're just trying to clear this way. Henry Waternoose, Glacial Prism hit on to Big Rev. Big Rev getting thrown back. God of Chaos picking up another kill here. So you have the cleanse. Getting flash forward. It's God of Chaos. God of Chaos going to get the kill, but never mind. Henry Waternoose snipes it from below him, and Godson ends. Oh, sorry. God of Chaos ends up going down to the turrets, to Poodle, but it does not matter because that is going to be the game going over to the side of Maelstrom in a 43-minute long game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely had a pretty solid defense there at the end, and when they were bunkered up in their zone, they were fine. Maelstrom could not walk forward, but as soon as they try to take something back on the map, and there was 50 seconds until Elder, they kind of did have to start walking out. But unfortunately, the way they walked out was in a perfect single file line, and Bixus, with that encore, managed to land it on every single one. And Linksy got burst down right before that extra knockup coming out from the Orenhorn. And I think just all of those little things, well, the 5-man Encore, obviously not a little play, but everything else after that just amounted into such a one-sided team fight. And then, sorry, not God, okay, Ziggy almost able to defend, but just not enough damage coming out yet. Does have the Triforce in the end, had the 4.5 items, but I mean, everyone else just way too tanky for it.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that was just a snowball of the early game not going in the favor of TPO. It started to feel like they were afraid to pull this trigger to get the engages onto isolated members when they had chances to, and it just became the snowball effect that, I mean, Maelstrom, let's be honest, should have ended that game at least 15 minutes earlier, but just felt like they were scared to pull the trigger and get the end that they were looking for, even when they had all their ultimates up. So there's definitely stuff to be worked on for both sides of this team, despite it being that game 1 victory for Maelstrom. I think if TPO cleans it up, we could see them pick up game number 2, but I think both sides have a lot to be working on going into this game number 2.
Yeah, no, I agree. But one thing I did want to bring up, I do want to give this shout out over to 40. I mean, we've seen in previous games can definitely play the carry, but now we're seeing even on that supportive role can definitely come out on top. And if they need that second threat, they have God of Chaos. I mean, 16, 2, and 5, and that second death was after the damage already came out to win that game. I mean, you got to give credit to that team. It shows that they're not a one-trick pony. They don't just have the one strat. They have multiple threats, and they're willing to use them all. They immediately locked in the Gallo for 40, so this is exciting to watch. I think Maelstrom will be a really exciting team to watch this season.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of making me eat my own words, saying they only win because they have 40, and God of Chaos says, hey, hold my beer. I got this, and absolutely showed up in this first game here. And not saying he didn't have a bad week last week, but really being the sole carry for his team this week. We'll see what changes for game number 2 for both sides as we're going to head to a quick little break as teams get ready for that game number 2 draft. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. and welcome back for game number 2 between Maelstrom Platinum and TPO Reformed. Teams auto-swapping sides, so Maelstrom going to be on the blue side for this game number 2, while TPO taking up the red side. And I don't know about you, Toki, but what are you looking to see changed up in the drafts for both these teams here?
I'd like to see a little bit more damage spread from both these two teams. Because both teams kind of drafted that single carry in the bot lane. And obviously, Maelstrom with God of Chaos, they were able to take more advantage of it. But I think that it gives less option in terms of strategy, in terms of how you want to play, because once they fell behind in the bot lane, there was just no coming back for TPO Reformed. It made the game a lot harder than it needed to be. If they had a secondary carry in the jungle or in the mid lane, even maybe the top lane, they could have had an easier way back. But other than that, I think the drafts were pretty good. I think both teams, they managed to draft a specific style they wanted to play, and they did play that style, just only worked for one of the teams.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is, like, Rev had some nice engages, but most of them felt very disconnected from the rest of his team. That's, like, the issue when you're playing, like, these super long range. And it's weird to say that a Mumu is a long range engaged champion, but, like, if you're hitting those match range bandits tosses, you were, like, 600 units away from your closest ally, and they didn't have the Galio to instantly follow up on that one. So if nobody else is in range, you're just hoping that a Call of the Forge God comes out and the rest of the team can walk up in time to do something. But maybe more synergistic engage is what we're looking for the side of TPO. Maybe something like a Wukong coming out with something that can also dive in the back line with him. But it's definitely, like you said, you need that second damage profile. Like, Atreides tried his best on the Hui, but it felt like he was never getting out significant damage into what Maelstrom has drafted, especially because they went for that early Galio pick, and TPO said, hey, no problem, we'll draft 4 AP champions for you, and we'll just never kill you, which is kind of what happened in that first game. But Maelstrom had really good engages, maybe waited a little bit too long to end the game. I think they could have ended earlier, but I think if they do more of the same of what they drafted in this first game and just play for God of Chaos, it should be another easy victory for them.
Yeah, I agree. And we are seeing the first bit of the draft already coming through. Maelstrom banning away the Ivern, Caitlyn, and Milio, while TPO Reformed is banning out the Vayne, J4, and Yasuo once again. So it does look like they are a bit scared of the Yasuo, but it does leave the Jinx open, and Jinx is really good. I mean, that's all I can really say about it. It's just a really solid AD carry. Gotta be able to be that true carry, gonna be able to deal a lot of damage, and we already saw, I mean, the Maelstrom Esports, they can definitely win through the bot lane. God of Chaos, it's so well on that on-hit Varus, and Jinx is just kind of a better auto-attacking champion.
Yeah, I think Jinx is one of the few, like, true crit marksmen that are left in the game that you can play, just because of how strong that Get Excited passive is. You just get one reset and you can instantly take over a team fight. I think the only other one that is, like, playable is this Aphelios. If you are skilled enough to play the champion, I think he is that style of champion that takes a lot of time to learn, and you got to put in the time for it. But if you can play it, he is really strong if you're not getting Jinx. But I think with a Lulu lock-in for TPO, I think we might be seeing the likes of maybe a Kog'Maw coming out here for them, but they're just going to go for the Maokai, have an engage option, have that supportive anti-dive support in the back for Poodle, making sure Ziggy can stay alive on whatever he does pick. But TPO still has a lot of directions that they can go with this draft. They could pick the likes of Twitch, who is a super strong counter pick, into Jinx, just because she can't really ever duel him if she's behind or even, just because she needs to stack up those passes, that lethal tempo and the pow pow passive, to be able to shred through what the Twitch is trying to do, while Twitch can just assassinate her in 3 seconds. But can still really go anywhere for TPO. Maelstrom going to lock in the Volibear, lock in an engage option of their own, and also can be PO for this Jinx.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit surprised to see that this Lulu was actually let through for a TPO Reform. It is actually their most banned against champion in the for this season, so it's clearly something that they do like to play. Granted, I mean, really granted nothing. I mean, Lulu's just really good, and with a hard carry, and again, we're still expecting Ziggy to be that true hard carry for TPO Reformed. It provides so much safety. It provides even a lot of extra DPS. Don't underestimate the extra damage coming out of picks when you have one of those true auto attackers. And they could still pick a couple of true carries. Sivir's available if they want to do that. Obviously, isn't the easiest to play into Jinx, but also not impossible, because you can just shove the wave in and then leave. Jinx can't really poke you without your consent, you know? But it is going to be the Kog'Maw. Lulu Cog, I mean, it's a pretty standard combination. Scales extremely well and even outranges the Jinx, at least while that W is up and available for the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, but it is rough to play into Syndra and Volibear. You have to be exceptionally well at kiting backwards and getting out all the damage that you can be putting out on this. And I'm sorry, Ziggy. I don't know if he is the style of player to be able to do that. Maybe he can prove me wrong. Because if you're not weaving in those auto attacks, if you're not kiting properly, if you're not A moving correctly, you deal significantly less damage on this Kog'Maw. And it can be hard if Maelstrom decides to go for more engage. Maybe picks like a Camille up in the top lane or even a Gwen who is still super, super strong. It could be making Ziggy's life hell. And a champion I want to highlight that we haven't seen prioritized by either team who is kind of a menace in comp play right now, besides the Gwen, is the Nefiri, which is something I'm surprised nobody here in Platinum has really chosen to go towards yet.
I think the Nefir is pretty difficult to play, especially when it comes to competitive. At this level specifically, the amount of effort you have to put into the mechanics on that champion, it's very unique in terms of how you play with it. So I actually am happy that teams are ignoring it for now, just because it's much better to play a strategy that your team is comfortable playing, that it's something you can practice around. Whereas the Nefiri, I think there's also the chance, I've seen this happen before in many leagues, no one practiced it because everyone thought everyone else was going to ban it. So because of that, no one ended up playing it.
I mean, I have a 30-year-old jungler who like first timed it and we ended up winning, and he's like, I hate this champion. Please never have me play it again. And we pick it every time because nobody seems to ban it yet. But maybe me saying this will have some people start banning it for us. But the champion I did mention who has banned is the Gwen, and also a Sylas ban here from the side of Maelstrom. So maybe looking to pick a Malphite or something like that to have that engage option. Now let me get that Sylas on 5 to get it. But also a Kale and a Mordekaiser ban. I think that leads me to believe that TPO is looking for a Cassante pick right here.
Yeah, definitely doable. And just FYI, I do think that this Volibear is actually going to be going to the top lane for Maelstrom. Henry Waternews did play it in their first series. And it is a pretty solid top lane. A little bit of a lane bully, especially depending on who they're matched up into. But TPO Reformed actually going to pick a real carry. They're going to have the Ahri in the mid lane. And this is what they were lacking in game one, just having that double damage threat. Because obviously the Ashe doesn't scale as well, and especially falling behind so much made it difficult to play, but Kog'Maw will always scale, no matter what. Unless your entire team just goes down early, but at that point it doesn't really matter anyway. But with Kog'Maw with Ahri, I think they're going to have a lot of damage. They're going to have a lot of threat onto the backline. It'll be a little bit harder to play on the side of God of Chaos. But the Nautilus, actually a pretty good answer. Does have that point and click CC, could try and get rid of the Ahri that way, or at the very least force them to dash out instead of in as the Scion. Maybe that is a jungle volley. You know what? They just want to make sure I'm wrong.
I don't think we're getting a Scion jungle here. I'm going to be so honest with you. I think it is just going to be Scion top with the Volibear in the jungle. And I was saying it in between games when we were checking over on NACL, watching Blue Otter sadly go down 0-2 today. But I was saying I'm not really a fan of Nautilus in the current state of the game. I feel like he has a lot of rough matchups. I think Lulu can be rough for him because she can just try to poke him out before he ever looks for the engage. But if you're a good Nautilus player and you find the correct angles, you can make Poodle's life on this Lulu a living hell. It's also just good into, like you said, the Ahri and the Kog'Maw. You do have that point and click that you can just zone them out of the team fight with. So maybe like just picking it for that purpose. But TPO looking as their last pick is going to be the Nard pickup here for the top laner, for Linksy up in that top lane.
I actually really like the draft coming out from TPO Reformed especially. I think that Maelstrom is definitely going to have a little bit of a harder time engaging. I think that their primary engage tools they're not super consistent. Like, it would be Scatter the Weak, maybe the Dredge line coming out of the Nautilus. But even then, if you're in range of the Dredge line, you're probably in range to engage yourself on the side of TPO Reformed. And I mean, Scion Ultimate, that's not really an engage. It's pretty easy to dodge. Only really works when you're just way ahead. And again, that's if your strategy is to be super far ahead on a Scion, you should think of a different strategy.
I don't know. I've seen the Baus do it a couple times, but he also does int to get ahead. I don't think we're going to be seeing that here out of Henry Waternoose on this Scion. But like you said, I do think TPO has the better draft and damage profile, but I think their engage is a little bit worse. You're just looking for the ultimate out of Maokai or W, or you're looking for a big Mega Gnar, which can make it really difficult into what Maelstrom has drafted. But if you play the disengage into re-engage game, TPO's draft does look really good. But if also getting a single pick on a target is where they're really looking to shine. You're looking to get the charm onto one person, whether it is God of Chaos or 40, and then followed up with the Maokai Forever CC, able to pick off the target before the fight even starts. That should be how TPO is looking to play this game. And then it also is, they also have that split push pressure of Gnar, because really nobody on the side of Maelstrom should be able to answer him in a side lane.
That's actually interesting because I actually disagree. I actually prefer the engage on the side of TPO Reformed. They're gonna have the Maokai engage. Even if it doesn't start the fight, it can definitely split up the fight. And if you split up the fight, then the Ahri can just dash in, catch whoever's alone. Does pretty well into both Syndra and Jinx. As long as that charm lands, could even one-shot one of them. And then the Gnar, even if the Mega Gnar only hits 1 or 2, you have a Kog'Maw. Your entire job is, if they're not hitting the Kog'Maw, you probably win the fight. Because especially in that early game, if the Jinx gets excited, she's stronger than Kog'Maw, but she does need that first initial kill. And I think TPO Reform's going to have a much easier time getting that. I think with the Lulu, it's going to be very difficult to get that initial kill on the side of Maelstrom. And I think also their engage is less all-in-y. Because if that dredge line misses and hooks into a wall, bye-bye Nautilus. It's going to be a kill that TPO Reform could definitely get in their hands.
Yeah, Nautilus is one of those champions that if you start dying, the chain int just continues, because once you go in as Nautilus, there's no going back out. It's one of those champions. If you're ahead, he looks great. If you're behind, he looks terrible, has 11 deaths. But there's only one way we're going to find out if we are getting to that game number 3, if TPO can get the win in this game. We're going to go to a quick break as we wait for spectator delay. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a little bit.
Risk the follow, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last light. Hearing voices from afar. Join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the Can we bring to fall the giants? 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 We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the
And welcome back for game number 2 between Maelstrom Esports Platinum and TPO Reformed. And before we get into the action, a quick shout out to ProComps, our sponsor and a game changer app for the league community. This isn't just like the other tools, it's your personal draft coach, perfect for both teams and solo players. In fact, you can pair it with any other app you use. With ProComps, you'll receive real-time drafting advice with tailored champion picks and ban recommendations. It stands out with the features such as the ability to generate champion pools in seconds that you can share with friends, a post-draft guide to attack the game. You can generate comps based on your preferences, and I'll hold that thought as Atreides is getting engaged on very quickly by Bixes.
Yeah, they're
But
fine. They're fine.
all right, but back to where I was. Pro comps, you can generate comps based on your preferences. Coaches and analysts can even create personalized tier lists. Think of it as having a virtual coach and strategy guide toolkit all in one. The app has already over 280,000 downloads and thousands of daily users like you. ProComps is user-friendly and totally free. It's a no-brainer to at least give it a go. Download ProComps now and you'll experience a whole new level of drafting power in your league games. Go to procomps.gg, download it from Overwolf, or click the link in our bio, and that is ProComps, the sponsor of Blue Otter League. And while I was so rudely interrupted by the teams here, a little bit of action. Atreides is already down to about half health at this part of this early game here.
Yeah, and to make matters worse, that's a couple of mana flow stacks over 240. Gonna have a lot of mana for the rest of the game. But all jokes aside, that actually is a pretty big lead to get early on. And I think overall, the Syndra definitely does well into the Arlie in the early game. Don't hold that thought as a trade. Is able to actually walk in, getting a pretty solid trade. But
Yep.
not going to be able to accomplish. They're still fighting.
Looking for even more. The flash out of 40 there. I was not expecting that in the early game, considering that the HP advantage in theory should have been in favor of 40, considering he had all of his pots. Atreides already had to burn his, but just a nice little bit of early aggression there out of Atreides on this Ari, getting the Foxfire damage and the Orb of Deception and dealing in all those auto attacks. So really well played by Atreides in this early game, but now Linksy can get a bit of damage onto Henry Waternoose, but really nothing should be coming out of that top lane at this point in the game besides that massive CS lead that has already been accrued.
Yeah, and that will get collected a little bit underneath the tower. And obviously, when you're assigned, you don't really care too much about falling behind. As long as you're getting experience, as long as bit by bit you're allowed to survive, it doesn't matter too much. If the wave's in a good spot, you'll be in a good spot. But I do have to apologize a little bit to 40 there. I cast your cursive immediately during that play. Atreides with the fancy feed was able to get quite a few good trades, and that is one of the issues with the Syndra, especially into the Ari. Almost every single ability is dodgeable except for the press R to outplay button. But obviously 40 didn't have that yet, and on its own, it definitely wouldn't be enough to take down the Ari, even once we get to the mid to late game. So that is an opportunity for Atreides to maybe try to look for a kill once the level 6 does come out, and has the wave in a really good spot as well. And 40 not even burning the TP, actually going to walk back into the lane. And I actually think Atreides should get a pretty solid lead from that.
Yeah, I think not burning the TP is the biggest issue, because now his wave is going to be perma-frozen, and he's going to have to call Godmaw over, who is in the back right now. But in the meantime, Henry Waternoose could be in a little bit of trouble, and the hop is coming out already from Linksy. He's getting all that damage out. Big Red is already up here. Twisted Advance right onto Henry Waternoose. Now Linksy is in that Mega Gnar. First Blood over to Big Rev with the Bramble Smash there. So really well early played here by TPO in this first couple of minutes.
I love how Linksy also got that grasp stack on the zombie form for Henry Waternoose. Now, the TP will be coming out, and again, as the boss will always tell you, dying on Scion isn't bad if the wave's in a decent spot, and right now, it mostly is. It's just in an even state. But, I mean, that's still a pretty big first blood to get, and the gold does go over to the Maokai, which typically not what you want, but again, with the other options of Gnar, it's not that big a difference anyway. Only a slight preference is not
Chaos is in a lot of trouble here, taking a lot of damage from the Bio Arcane Barrage and the help picks autos to follow that up. Having to just walk away there as Vix was clearing a ward, so a little bit disconnected, and now their bot lane is going to be in a rough position, especially if you see Big Red on the minimap walking down here, still has flash, so if they overstay to push out this wave, they could be in trouble. Now 40 is also in a bit of trouble of charm hits on him. Atreides gets slowed up. Flash forward is Godmaw. Flash immediately responded to by Atreides. Atreides walking back in there. Never mind. God of Chaos picks up a kill on the Poodle in the bot lane. What the heck just happened down there?
I'm assuming Poodle tried to cancel the recalls in Dredge line.
Alright, so Poodle looking to cancel.
Poodle tried to cancel the recalls in Dredge line. Okay.
Yep. All right. we did the math. We pulled up the timestamp and we figured out what happened. Very, very insightful there, Toki. Thank you.
Yeah, but just a small little detail I also noticed in the bot lane has another Dredge line looking for Ziggy this time, but there's a wave. Ziggy would have been fine. When they managed to push away God of Chaos used the zap to take that cannon minion. But if you're the enemy AD carrier support, you see that coming through, just tank the zap. Losing 100 HP is so worth the enemy losing 100 gold.
Atreides is just dead now. All right,
there it is.
Picked up by 40. No flash. A nice regank by Godmaw. Just able to get him down. And now God of Chaos is being so even farther away as Big Rev is down here. They've been canceling the recall on the Shinx for so long. And that is kind of what you want to be doing as TPO right now at this point, especially because they got that kill. But now Big Rev is Godmaw going forward. Gets canceled on the Bramble Smash. So really well played by Big Rev there. Not able to fully steal away the Krug camp, but gets enough of it to be okay with what just happened.
Yeah, I definitely got the XP out of it. Now, most of the gold is still going to go towards Godmaw, but at the end of the day, Big Rev wasn't there for the camp. Big Rev was there to zone away God of Chaos. Getting those two little Krugs at the end, that's more of an added benefit rather than the goal. And, I mean, it's really working out. God of Chaos down 12 CS now. And I think if Bixis didn't land that Dredge line onto Poodle, God of Chaos would be in a really bad spot. But because that kill did go over to God of Chaos, has that BF sword, should be fine for the next little while. And now that the reset did finally come through, This Jinx is in a pretty solid spot as the Dragon getting started by Maelstrom, but there's other players here to defend.
Oh no, got a Chaos in a lot of trouble now. Gets Whimsied up. Ziggy laming out so much damage from that Arcane Barrage. Flash forward of the barrier already used by Got a Chaos. He goes down to a little bit of spittle that comes out. On the backside, they're still looking for Godmaw. Big Rev and Atreides doing their best. Fix is in a lot of trouble now. Ziggy still free firing onto them. 40 having to flash away there. Big Rev having to flash himself. He is in a lot of trouble. Godmaw going to go down to the Spirit Rush from Atreides. That is Feats of Warfare picked up for the side of TPO Reform. And it's going to be the Dragon to follow Boo and in strong early game start here from TPO Reform.
Yeah, I mean, they really needed that. Poor God of Chaos finally gets back into lane, finally gets back in a situation where the HP's finally there, the barrier's still up. But unfortunately, the rest of the team was already on the Dragon, and there was no real...
Trade even more onto 40. He misses the charm, misses the Orb of Deception, still got the Electrocute proc, but because he misses all those key abilities, 40 ends up living there.
Yeah, it's still going to be able to zone them off of that mid lane, though. We'll be able to at least shove the wave in. Vixis is there to cover, is there to pick up the wave, if anything. But good move for Atreides. We'll be able to get a little bit of a CS lead, maybe a little bit of an XP lead. But now we're seeing the other objective getting started. And this time around, they didn't send Poodle up to the top lane. They just want to take as many of these plates as possible. Now, it is a little bit difficult into the Jinx. Obviously, with Fishbones, we'll be able to clear out the wave pretty quickly. So, actually not too much done, but if they can get this dive...
Oh, God of Chaos is alone. His support went up to the top side. Now God of Chaos is just being zoned completely away from this wave by Big Rev. He is that level 6. He does have the Nature's Grasp, which is coming out right now. There's no clench. Flame Chompers right on top of him. Gets queued away. God of Chaos is going to end up going down. Big Rev ends up falling to the turret shots, and the kill is picked up by Poodle. Ziggy barriers out of tower range, and a 1-for-1 on the 3-man dive. God of Chaos played that as well as he could have.
Slight misplay from Big Rev. I think instead of trying to back away from the turret, if they just went with the entangling roots, that actually cancels aggro. And so that would get a little bit of extra damage, would let that auto attack proc that would heal Big Rev up come through. And I believe Ziggy, especially with the barrier and the shield coming out of Poodle, and the ultimate is still available on the Lulu, they would have been fine. So I think that little bit of a difference actually would have made that super worth for TPO, but as things stand, it was about even overall, I'd say, considering they did trade for the Void Grubs.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm just not going to talk about the top lane fight because I don't think anybody's going to fall down here. And never mind, Lynxie's getting so much damage on Henry Waters now, getting the Hyper Proc. The ultimate comes out of Henry Waters, and he's just going to fall to Lynxie. I thought nothing was going to happen. I thought it was just going to be a trade of just HP bars, but Lynxie outplays it, gets the kill onto Henry Waters. He used the ult forward for some reason, and ends up falling.
Yeah, may have been a misclick, may have already thought that they were going down, so just wanted to get as close to that wave as possible to help get it pushed away. And in fairness, did manage to take down most of the minions on the way out. But I mean, the CS lead's definitely starting to grow on the top side. TJ Lynxie gonna be in a really good spot. I believe on reset we'll be very close to that first completed item with that Triforce, if not already having it. I think the Fade should be banked, but the fact that Lynxie's staying, I'm assuming not quite yet. But I mean, that's still a really good spot to be in. Henry Waternew's definitely starting to fall further and further behind. And from what I saw, hasn't really been able to get any of those grasp procs either. But then Sion kind of really needs those to help scale into the late game.
Yeah, and I mean, also top lane is going great for the side of TPO. Bot lane is going great. Yes, God of Chaos has 2 kills, but Ziggy has the CS advantage. But now both junglers are down here looking for a little bit of a play to happen, but they're just letting the wave push into them, Ziggy and Poodle, and just clearing it at a safe distance, not letting any gank attempts come out. Now Atreides could be in a little bit of trouble. Scout of the Weak hits on, but the charm is there to quickly counteract that. No unleashed power used by 40 there. Gets the Spirit Rush out of Atreides, so one little trade there by the side of 40.
Yeah, gonna have that extra little bit of an ultimate advantage. And no TP either for Atreides, so this reset could come at a little bit of a cost. It is still the mid lane, so it is the shorter lane to get back to. But, I mean, not to be underestimated there, but Big Rev actually looking for a pretty solid angle here in the bot lane. And God of Chaos walking up a little bit too far.
There's the Nature's Grasp. It's going to definitely hit on the Bixis here. He's going to tank it for God of Chaos, but never mind. It still goes on. Twisted advance onto God of Chaos. God of Chaos is being focused up, cleansed down. Ziggy is trying to free fire, but he's also exhausted up. Bixis is going to be going down. The Arcane Barrage is coming out. God of Chaos is trying to get the kill back on the Poodle. He uses the Super Mega Death Rocket. Wild Growth used by Poodle, but it does not matter. Ziggy picks up 2 kills thanks to the Bio Arcane Barrage and a little bit of help from his team.
Yeah, it's a 3-0-1 Kog'Maw, and we're kind of seeing the opposite of that game number 1, because now Ziggy's going to be that hyper carry, 80 carry coming out from these two teams. And with the plates going down as well, should be able to get so much gold onto this Kog'Maw. I believe
Now
that will be
in a little bit of trouble here. There goes the stun out of the Volibear. Flash away by Lynxie from the, I forget the ability name, but never mind. He's just going to go down. I started over my words there, but it does not matter in the end. 40 gets no assist. Picked up is the kill for Henry Waternoose with that decimating smash.
Yeah, and at least something going towards Maelstrom for this game too. And I mean, again, God of Chaos still has the Yuntal. It's still 2-3-0. It's not the worst for the Jinx, but like I said, Ziggy's going to be in a really good spot there in that bot lane. And now the team fight could be getting started over these Void Grubs. It is 3 versus 3 here.
Yeah, but there's no key ultimates on the side of Maelstrom. Everything already coming out. There is the Unleashed Power going on to Big Rev. The Dredge Line in for Bixis, but now the TP in by Lynxie. The Grubs go over to the side of Maelstrom, and it's just going to be a 1 objective for the side of Maelstrom. Now Atreides in a little bit of trouble. Has to use that Spear Wash away. The Flame Chompers hit on the Poodle there. Atreides walking back into them. He's still going low, but nobody going down just quite yet. Just a ultimate and a TP used from the side of TPO in favor of 6 Grubs going the side of Maelstrom in this game number 2. Now Big Rev just kind of standing there for a second after he hits a blast cone.
Yeah, but Ziggy was pushing in the bot lane during that. Managed to get that 4th plate, so that's going to be even more gold going over towards this Kog'Maw. But, I mean, right now, Maelstrom, they're taking pretty good control of the objectives, and I think they did a good job zoning away and getting prepped for these dragons, for these Void Grubs, even in that first game. And this could give them an opportunity to kind of try and come back. They've gotten all the Grubs, and now they're looking for Big Rev.
Big Rev is gonna live thanks to the ultimate coming out of Poodle. The Wild Growth is there. Now Godmaw had the flash forward, ends up getting a lot of damage back on his backside, but it does not matter in the end. He still lives. The flash used, but 2 ultimates in tandem, and staying alive as Big Rev at this point in the game is kind of big. You don't want to be given even more gold over the God of Chaos at this point.
Yeah, definitely not. That could have been a really good play for them. But I mean, God of Chaos is still fine here. We'll still be able to farm up, we'll still be able to push, but Big Rev is trying to sneak into the bot lane here, but Godmaw's ultimate is going to be back up for this fight if they do choose to keep pushing. They want this first tower. I think that's what this play is for, but Godmaw's here to zone them away.
Yeah, and I mean, they knew Big Rev was here because he used that sapling toss from the middle bush into the closest bush to them, and they saw the toss on animation, so they're like, hey, just don't step up. We know he's here, and we'll be fine. And that's exactly what happened, but they take their recalls, and I think because of that, that's just going to be first turret going into Ziggy's pocket here at this point in the game.
Yeah, gonna be pretty good for them. I believe this gets them feats as well.
It does. It does.
If I'm not mistaken. Yes, okay. I couldn't remember who got the feat of Warfare, so... but then Lynxie gonna be trading with Waternoose as well. And we're now starting to see that the Scion already has the 2 giant spells, already has the plated steel caps, is gonna be in a really good spot, can actually tank up the damage coming out of Lynxie. And now we're gonna start seeing the Scion scale up, because we were talking about that 20 CS lead early that Lynxie had, but it stayed to 20 CS. Because now Henry Waternoose doesn't care and is also able to just kind of one-hit the wave. So the amount of time that Lynxie has to DPS onto it is just a lot lower. And the Scion with the Grubs, it's so strong.
Yeah, now Big Rev is looking for a play. There goes the unstoppable onslaught. Henry Waternoose just having nothing with this one. Just going to take his recall and potentially look at him back to this top lane. As Atreides and Lynxie in the mid lane just clearing out this wave. The Rift Herald is on the map, and that looks like to be the site set for both teams here as they are starting to prosper for control. Henry Waternoose TPing into this one. Lynxie is at half rage right now, So looking to try to stack that up to get to that Mega Gnar point and have an impactful Gnar in this team fight as they're looking towards Big Rev right now. He's just going to walk away. Never mind. Oh, I thought that was the Unstoppable Onslaught animation, but Henry had already used that, so nothing happening at this point quite yet. Lynxie's trying to get an ideal transformation time, but now God of Chaos is in trouble. Atreides misses the charm on him, but it does not matter. All the Fox Powers, the Spirit Rushers are coming out. They pick up the kill onto him. Immediately flashing backwards is him. The Dredge Line hit onto Lynxie. Lynxie in the ultimate uses the Gnar. There goes the Nature Grass over top. It hits onto only Bixis. Bixis is in a lot of trouble now. He's going to end up going down to Ziggy in the backside. Godmaw is also getting stunned up and hit up by this unstoppable Hogma at this point in the game, but he uses the ultimate to get away, get the health back, and now, oh no, Henry Wander's in a lot of trouble. The charm hits onto him. He's still so tanky on the side. Bixis picks up the kill on the Big Rev because Big Rev drew power aggro and ends up going down to that one. Now Henry Wander's still in a lot of trouble, but Ziggy does not have the damage to fully punch through him at this point yet.
I love how Bixis got that kill. Bixis just respawned, by the way. It was a solid like 10 seconds into the respawn timer. But I mean, again, good team fight, and I really like how Atreides and Lynxie, the two of them realized God of Chaos had no business being in that brush, was really out of position, and again, when you have an Ari, you're able to jump on those 80 carries. You want to jump on those 80 carries, and when they're out of position with no safety near them, that's the perfect target. They noticed it, they saw it, and they communicated it together, so both of them were able to jump on a God of Chaos pretty freely, but it was just that mid lane tower. And the Herald is still available, but with Atreides over in the bot lane, TP still down. It doesn't look like they want to contest it. They're just happy taking the mid tower, and they're happy taking that previous fight.
Yeah, and I mean, Poodle was trying to get a little bit of vision there, but had to flash away because Bixis was going to hit with that Dredge Line, and they would immediately turn on this poor Lulu. But even with that, like you said, they are fine with the Herald going down. They have most of these tier 1 turrets already down in their favor, so not really upset with that one going away, considering also they already have the feats of strength in their back pocket. Now, Lynxie getting a nice bit of damage on the Henry Wanderers here. They're still looking to trade. The Crunch comes out, the Gnar comes out. Lynxie doing a lot of damage here to Henry Wanderers, trying to position himself in front of him at all times so that Unstoppable Onslaught cannot come out. Flash away is Henry Wanderers, but immediately flashed by Lynxie. He's still going in for this one, still in this Mega Gnar. He's going to go into that mini and gets the Hyper Procs to be able to pick up that 1v1 kill. A nice little mental play there by Lynxie, and immediately cancels that with the flash of his own to pick up a kill.
Yeah, and that natural BM coming out from the Gnar champion, going into mini form just for the last hit. Gotta love it, but I mean, it's a really good look from Lynxie. They definitely knew they had enough damage to get that kill, as hold that thought.
Charm hits on the Bixis. Bixis taking a lot of damage. A nice two-man scatter the week out of 40, though. They're going to still be zoned away and have to back off this one. And it should be Dragon in favor of TPO just based off the health bars and the ultimates that they have available to them. As the mid lane, they're looking to push into that when they have the Herald in their back pocket, but Atreides is already there to clear the wave. And now Bixis and Godmar are trying to look for their way back in this 140 on the flank. Lynxie is looking for the crunch. Hits a one-man Bixis Gnar, but it does not stun him up. The Nature's Grasp is coming out over top. Charm forward misses. It hits onto Bixis. They're looking to still get this damage going across 40, using everything he can to zone them. So just the Dragon going down. A couple of ultimates used by the side of TPO. And now Big Rev in a little bit of trouble here. Flame Choppers come out just a little bit late. Can't stack up that CC. And just a few ultimates burned to get that Dragon secure is the side of TPO.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fine. At the end of the day, they use those ultimates, but they're not going to get punished for it. There's really nothing on the map to take for the side of Maelstrom. So TPO, they're just going to get that free objective. They looked for a potential follow-up fight. They didn't get it, but again, they don't lose anything for trying to go for it. And then again, like I just want to take a moment to look at all the items that are starting to come out. I mean, Lynxie's starting to get pretty far ahead in the top lane. 45 stacks on the Heartsteel for Henry Waternoose, but again, like if anyone's been following that Twitter drama with Noam Watley, that item is definitely starting to fall a little bit behind in terms of value without those stacks. But then everyone else on the team, Atreides, has the ROA already almost fully stacked. Ziggy, almost 2k gold ahead of God of Chaos. And I mean, that's saying quite a bit because God of Chaos isn't doing that bad. I mean, is still the second richest member on the team, only behind Ziggy and Lynxie on the other team. I guess Atreides as well, but it just really goes to show how ahead this Kog'Maw is. Oh yeah, and 40.
I mean, also he's like even gold with Henry Waternoose, which is not ideal. I don't think you ever want your Jinx being even gold with your tank top laner.
Henry Waternoose did get a shutdown. So that's fake gold. That's how I look at that. Even if
Oh,
it is
okay.
perfectly real gold you can
He's
spend,
got
it's still
real
fake.
fake gold. He's got real fake gold. Understood. But the Otacon is on the bot side. Teams are looking to position for that one, but everybody knows at this point in League of Legends that Otacon is the objective where games can be flipped. Now, Lynxie looking for some damage on the Henry Waternoose. Henry does hit the Decimating Smash to keep Lynxie at bay, but I don't think he's going to be able to keep him away from this turret.
Yeah, gonna be even more gold going up towards Lynxie. And these side lanes are starting to get so bad for them. There was a moment where Henry Waternoose was in a position where he could just tank up all the damage that Lynxie was bringing out. But Lynxie just kept getting more and more ahead, got those extra kills. Managed to take down Godma at one point. I believe that was a Cone Godma. I don't remember at this point. That was years ago. But 2-1 and 3 on this Gnar, has that completed Triforce, is dealing so much damage, has that extra range, and has been freely stacking that grasp. It's just all these little things just piling up together more and more, and Henry Waternoose just taking the brunt of all that pressure.
Yeah, and I mean, he should be on that black cleaver soon is Lynxie, which will make Henry Waternoose's life even harder in this lane and in these team fights. But now we have a dragon spawning in about 2 minutes. The Otacon is still here, as that is where TPO is putting their focus for vision, is on the spot side, where that is both objectives are going to be in the next couple of minutes, as Lynxie is still pushing to the top lane still. Hits the Gnar onto Henry Waternoose as he looks for that Decimating Smash. Hits the Crunch down as well. And a nice little bit of damage. Tries to get away with the hops, but not a possible thing right there.
Yeah, but still going to be able to get the wave pushed in. We'll have the reset now. It is going to be a little bit concerning. Dragon is spawning in a minute and a half. Lynxie does not have a Mega Gnar. But Rift Herald getting spawned in the mid lane. Now, I'm wondering if they're actually going to be able to do anything, because I do believe this was just popped because it was starting to go on cooldown.
Yeah, I believe it was, but now you have 3 members here. The Nature's Grasp is coming out for Big Rev. They have the Gnar on the flank. Vix is in a lot of trouble now, goes down quickly to Ziggy. He's trying his best to get on top. Is Godmon trying to go on Ziggy, but it does not matter. Everything's there. The ultimate from Poodle keeps his AD carry so alive. Lynxie able to pick up the kill onto Godmar and doesn't even have to go Mega for that to be a success. So now that should be Dragon. Well, first Otacon and then eventually Dragon in favor of TPO reformed at this point in the game. The trade is just going to TP to the top side to stop the push that's coming out of Henry Waternoose. As he goes, they do enough damage. I do not need to be here for this. So a nice little quick snap win play for TPO as they're getting the Otacon to go with it.
Yeah, I mean, the damage is just so heavy coming out of Ziggy. Bix is just completely melted, and you mentioned that yourself before the game started. Nautilus is feast or famine as far as champions go. Either gets a billion kills for the team or gives a billion kills over to the other team. There's like no in between, because you're either in the middle of the enemy team. No, you should always be in the middle of the enemy team. It's just that if you're ahead, you can get the kills for your team. If you're behind, you're just going to die. But if you're not in the middle of the enemy team, you're literally not even in the game. That's all you can do on Nautilus. There's just so few options outside of that. And when there's now a 5-0-2 Kog'Maw, 2.5 items, though, interestingly enough, Maelstrom actually get the inner position on the Dragon, and I think they should be able to burst this down. But will there be a follow-up team fight?
Yeah, I think there will be, as we see TPO starting to position for it. The Nature's Grasp is coming out. It's going to hit onto only Bixis again. But now that means Bix is going to be in trouble. He does use the flash away. The Scatter of the Weak hits onto Big Rev. And then the Zap hits onto Poodle. So Bixis ends up getting away with his life. Only burns the flash. But now the inside track on Baron is in favor of TPO. And that is where they are sprinting to right now as recalls are coming out from the side of Maelstrom.
Yeah, they should be able to take this down really fast. The Andre's on it, Trades, Ziggy on Ziggy. I mean, Ziggy's just going to be able to absolutely melt this.
Oh,
but it looks like they're setting up a death brush.
They're looking for a pick. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, Godmaw's walking forward. He's not sure where they are right now. He sees only one ward. Lynxie and Big Rev showing on vision. The Mega Death Rocket hits onto only one. Henry Waternoose is looking. They don't know where they are. They have no vision on anybody. They could be on the Baron right now. They only see Lynxie. Ziggy now going to be seen on vision as he does a little walk around, little dance. A trade is seen on vision as well. He's ulting forward, hits the charm on to God of Chaos. God of Chaos in a lot of trouble now. Has to ult away. Is a trade ace using all 3 charges of that Spirit Rush. Godson ends up living at the end of the day. Now Lynxie is looking for some some pressure. 40 trying to walk in there. And in the meantime, because they set up that death rush, that means Baron doesn't go down. And now that gives Maelstrom time to push out these waves, and then they have time to jockey for position around this Baron as it is just started up now. Bix is walking in, good charm hits onto the Godmar, taking a lot of damage from Linksy. Nature Grass coming out over top onto 4. It's only going to hit onto Bix into the ensemble onslaught from Henry Wanderers one on the backside. City gets hit by that wild growth. Henry Wanderers in the jumping gym gets killed quickly by Ziggy. It was Bix. It doesn't matter. Stormbreaker coming out from Godmaw. Ziggy is kiting perfectly. Atreides picks up that kill there. A nice 3-man scout of the week out of 40. The never mind, he gets hit by the charm as he's going down. CC out of there. The only one alive is God of Chaos. Henry Warden's tried in the zombie form to get the pressure on the backside, but it did not matter. The kiting was there for TPO. Ziggy ends up not falling down, and neither does the rest of his team. Baron going over to TPO after a dominant fight around this Baron.
Yeah, pretty well played Baron as a Super Mega Death Rock, and almost takes down Poodle 25, but they knew how to get the position, they got the vision, and they made sure that Maelstrom had to pay for it if they wanted to walk up at all. And they attempted to, but again, Atreides just jumping onto the backline. Henry Waterloo kind of forced to use that Unstoppable Onslaught to try and prevent the chase onto the rest of the team once that Nature's Grasp came out. And with all that being done, Henry Waterloo was just alone there, gets taken down. The rest of the team try to come back because, again, you had your sign. The Onslaught hit onto, I believe, 3 or 4 members. It's a good way to start a fight, but they just weren't ready to be there. They're down so much gold even before that team fight, even before the Baron went down. It's just such a difficult position to play from, but at the same time, I think they did need to contest onto this Baron because it's not going to be easy for them to push this out. They don't really have any solid wave clear on their team, and Ziggy has a ton of range to hit onto those towers.
Yeah, now the siege is coming out from TPO. 40 is trying to get on an angle to be able to stun him. He pulls the cannon away, but loses half of his HP bar. And the way the tower still goes down thanks to Linksy hitting on it. Man, 40, I don't think your HP bar was worth that play, as now the inhibitor is being focused down. No scatter the week at 40, as we saw him use it to just kill a minion. And now they're going to be walking up towards the top side as their wave is starting to come. We can see it on the mini-map. TPO has the driver's seat in hand. They are a 1 with tempo right now as they are looking to push onto this tier 2 in top lane, and I don't think much is going to be coming from it, but we see Maelstrom is starting to get positioned. We see Bixis is looking for wards. This turret goes down incredibly quickly thanks to Linksy and Ziggy as they are looking to push even more forward. Bixis is trying to get vision, and nice dodge away from the Scatter League. Zap hits onto Linksy. Atreides is using the ultimate forward, hits the charm onto Godmaw. Godmaw has the Stormbreaker to the backside. He's looking to get back onto Big Rev. Big Rev is using the Nature's Grasp backside, but now Atreides is in a lot of trouble. He goes over the wall. No assist from him. Shut down. The balls to the face at a 40. Unleashed Power hits on to Atreides. Atreides goes down to Henry One. He's looking for that charge. He hits a nice 3-man, a Gnar, 4-man Gnar into the backside. Ziggy gets to go absolutely ballistic in this team right now. 40 gets super low, but flashes away. A triple kill so far from Ziggy. Ziggy looking to get the pentakill, quadra kill, and the pentakill is stolen away by Big Rev. Report the jungler. TPO gets the decisive team fight. Linksy with a 4-man Gnar, and that should just be game here. TPO pushing us to game number 3 on the back of Ziggy.
I can't believe they did that. I mean, you know what? Just for this, climate change is good. Let's get rid of the trees. They're taking away all our pentas. But with this, TPO, they're going to be able to end this game. I mean, this was a very one-sided game. They played so well. Huge congratulations to TPO.
And I have to apologize. I'm sorry, Ziggy. I said I don't think you're the type of player who could pilot a Kog'Maw. And you straight up just absolutely proved me wrong, went absolutely ballistic on this Kog'Maw, ripped the pentakill, report Big Rev. But overall, like you said, a dominant game out of TPO in this game number 2.
Yeah, they had full control of the bot lane, and this was very similar to the game 1. It's just that early game was a lot shorter. Because in game 1, they were both pretty even up until I think it was literally 20 minutes. Where Maelstrom finally took that lead, and then very slowly but very surely they managed to slowly close out the game. But it all came through from that bot lane. God of Chaos got super far ahead. And in this game too, it was pretty similar. It's just that Ziggy got super far ahead a lot earlier and was able to start contributing to the fights a lot earlier. And the other part is Linksy just winning top super hard. I mean, 28 or almost 29k damage. Granted, that's kind of fake damage into a Scion to some extent, but that massive Gnar over in that top lane, the thing that really started off Ziggy almost getting the penta, really came out of Lynxing. I mean, there's really nothing negative to say about any of their players that game. Atreides had a massive pick on God of Chaos before Herald as well. I mean, there's just so much to talk about with that team that game.
Yeah, and I mean, shout out Poodle on the Lulu support, out damaging Godma on this Volibear. It always feels so bad when you see a support out damaging your jungler, but like you said, overall, really clean game out of Reformed, really dominant game here in this game number 2. And I mean, hey, they're giving us a series to watch here for game number 3. I think it still could go either way. Maelstrom could look to push it to another 45-minute game where they do end up winning in the late game, or TPO could just come out swinging like they did in this game and just have the read and how they want to play the game and just absolutely steamroll. And I mean, overall, I think these two teams, I think it's close. I'm not sure who's going to win in game number 3, but the only way to find that out is as we go to a quick break, as we wait for teams to get ready for a game 3 draft. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. welcome back for our final game between TPO Reformed and Maelstrom Esports. Auto swap of sides. Maelstrom going to be on red, TPO going to be on blue, and we're already starting hot into these bans. TPO already banning away that Yasuo as they have all series long.
Yeah, and it's important to note that, especially in game 3s of these series, that Fearless draft really comes into play. That's 20 extra champions that neither side's going to be able to play in. That's kind of resulting in these interesting bans. I mean, we're seeing the Veigar ban coming out of TPO Reformed. Yasuo and Caitlyn, okay, we've seen that. That's been consistent, but I'm a bit surprised about that Veigar.
Yeah, definitely an interesting one. I mean, Veigar is one of those champions that is really strong in a Fearless scenario just because a lot of his innate counter picks are out of the pool at that point. And if you are a strong Veigar player, it's a really good champ to pull out later in the series unless you are super confident on it in like the first or second game of the series. But TPO Reformed going, hey, this is something we don't want them to have in game number 3. This is going to be our best avenue to get the series win. So choosing to ban it away here. And now the Nami is going to be a band away from Poodle in this game number 3. And it looks like a Jarvan ban as well. Also, the Vayne hitting the ban board, something we've seen all series long. So now the question is, what is the first pick here for Reformed? And it's just going to be that Wukong.
Yeah, that's what you were looking for in that game 1. And I mean, again, to kind of restate the reasons you said earlier, I mean, it gives Big Rev an opportunity to engage without going a little bit too far. It's naturally shorter range. Even if you flash dash in, it's still much, much less distance covered than a flash bandage toss that we saw in game 1. So I like this pick as well. But one other thing I wanted to note, Emilio is available right now. So either side could take this as Lux locked in for Maelstrom, and 40 does play Lux, so I feel like this probably could be that mid lane Lux coming out for Maelstrom.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they do put that one in the mid lane. I could see a weird situation where you put it as like an APC bot, but I'm not expecting that at all. I just expect this to be 40's mid lane champ and letting Ultratus get the counter pick that he does want into this matchup. And Ford has got to be confident on it if they are just first phasing it. And now Godmaw picking up the Rammus that he played last week, hit him with a quick, okay.
Yeah. And I mean, it's pretty good into Wukong as well. Gonna be able to lower the damage. I mean, Wukong in general is usually pretty good at invading the enemy, able to kind of get a few pickoffs, dealing a ton of damage. Rammus is one of the hardest champions of the game to invade. Just because even if you're able to get in, Rammus doesn't care. You can just stand there and tank your damage for so long. Someone else is bound to come in. Like, the only reason you wouldn't be able to trade against that jungler is if both your other lanes are pushed in and they just cannot come to help. As we see the Sivir locked in as well for TPO Reformed.
Yeah, I think Sivir's a good pick, especially when you are pairing it with this Milio. I think that is a typical bot lane pairing that you do see a lot. I think they work really well together. The spell shield and then the cleanse that comes out of that Milio ult really does help into what Maelstrom has drafted so far. You know, it's Ziggy Sivir. I'm not gonna trust it because it's Ziggy. I gotta flame the boy, as I said I would. So I'm not gonna trust it until he proves me wrong again. So Ziggy, do what you did last game, I guess, man. But regardless, I think Sivir is just a strong champion. Everybody knows the 400 CS Sivir of old. They used to just win games and stall them out forever. So TPO kind of looking for something like that. The only issue is they have pretty low range at this point in the game, and now a Mordekaiser being picked up here for Maelstrom can make their life a whole lot harder if this Mordekaiser does get into a powerful position in this game.
Yeah, but they do have the opportunity to pick the counter on the top side, which I think could make it a bit easier, though I'm not really sure what they would pick. I'll be honest, I don't know too much about counter matchups for Mordekaiser, but they are... Gwen? But Gwen's probably going to get banned here. Mundo going to be the first ban. And I'm guessing they're just going to send both bans out towards that top side. If they know that they're going to have the counter pick. I mean, if they were blind picking the Lux, I don't think they care too much about the counters anyway. They'll just play the Lux into literally anything. I think the only really big counters is the Zed, but it's super difficult to play overall. Much less when there's a Rammus around. And the Mordekaiser just wouldn't be a good pick solely to take out the Lux. But... I mean, you were talking about the Sivir for Ziggy, by the way. Ziggy's already played the Sivir and has performed extremely well on it. So I would like to see it. I mean, considering how far behind the rest of the team was, lots of DPS. Obviously, the stat line hasn't been too great in terms of KDA, but with the Rammus, you're gonna be auto attacking for days anyway. Might as well have that damage the rest of the lineup on the side of Maelstrom.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trolling Ziggy. I think he'll do fine on the Sivir, but I'm really curious with Maelstrom's draft take on this one. You're double blinding solo lanes, which means that Reformed can just freely counterpick what they want. It's not very often that you see a lot of teams picking bot lane on 4-5, especially on red side. So really curious to see what Maelstrom has cooking. I mean, the Corki is still available. We did see God of Chaos play that last week, so he could still look to go for something like that. But this is at the point in the game where jungle and ADC pool are pinched the most. So I'm really curious to see what they have, because that's what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's too many. I can't count that high. I'm not gonna do math on stream. Don't judge me like that. But Callista is the pick here for God of Chaos.
Not a fan. I think that Callista, we talked about this last week even for that different series, but Callista kind of wants to be able to pressure, kind of wants to be able to get ahead. But in order to be able to do that, you need to have an opportunity to kill the enemy AD carry or support. Sivir just one-hits the wave and just leaves. There's no reason to even trade on the side of Sivir. And then obviously he's going to have the range advantage. Depending on who the support is, but Nautilus is going to be out because of the draft pick, because of the Fearless. I'm guessing maybe they could go with something like a Braum actually wouldn't be too bad. Braum or Leona, but I actually really like the Braum the more I think about it, because that's gonna prevent that boomerang coming out from the Sivir in the team fights.
I mean, the normal pairing is like the Renata, because you do give that attack speed steroid, which gives Callista even more movement and kiteability in those team fights. So that's the normal pairing you see, but like there's a lot of weird pairings you can go with Callista. Like there used to be like the Caitlyn bot lane back in the day, or even Jen. You can go like Annie or like these like mage ones, but you're just gonna go with a classic one. You're gonna go with Rel. You're gonna give more engage options to your team by picking that one up. Rel can have a somewhat hard time into Milio, just because when you ever look for that crash down, you just getting kicked by that Ultra Mega Fire kick and just like not getting the engage you're looking for. So Bixis wants to like look for really good team fight engage. He's gonna have to go for flanks, because there's a lot of ways to stop the Rel engage in the comp that TPO has drafted here.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. And I was speaking mostly on those tanks just because I feel like they were lacking engage pretty heavily on the side of Maelstrom. They really only had the Rammus, and even with that ultimate, realistically, you're only going to be able to get one person with the taunt afterwards, and with Emilio being able to cleanse it, it's not even really an engage. I mean, just looking at these two drafts, I think I'm actually going to be favoring TPO Reformed here. I think that their draft is a lot easier to play. I think overall it's just a much safer draft. It's more stable. It's outscales Maelstrom. Maelstrom's really only hope is trying to one-shot someone with that Lux, but even then, with Emilio Cleanse, just going to be able to get whoever out of that Lucent Binding, and then they're just fine.
Yeah, I agree. I do think TPO has the better engage options. You have the Wukong Cyclone, the Command Shockwave coming out in the mid lane, even Cho'Gath. I hope that we're getting like I call it the AP Cho'Gath build, but it's just the movement speed Cho'Gath, where you go Halo Blade, Symbiotic Soul, Shurelya's, and then just all the movement speed items, because he's still super tanky, but you just do so much more damage, and you have that sticking power that you need as Cho'Gath. So I would really like to see Lynxie go that in the top lane, and it just makes it really hard for Maelstrom to want to play this game, especially for God of Chaos on this Callista. He needs to try to get ahead on this champion, otherwise it's kind of worthless. So I'm also favoring TPO in this game, number 3. I mean, there are angles where Maelstrom can make this comp work and make it look really good and be the reason that they are able to win this game. Hold on, get some. Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay. Thank you so much from our producer sending us something. Oh man, yeah, Toki's broken. I'm broken. So I think with that, we're just gonna head to a quick break as we wait for teams to finish the in-game client drafting. We're gonna head to a quick break. We'll be right back.
Apes together strong.
涙よ星に瞬きを伝えて守るものがあるからきっと強くなれる語るべき言葉なくした星の守りでは時の果て夢の果て闇に立ちすくんだ風を呼んでみたんだ空に向けて誰かを呼んでみたんだ光求めたソリチュードかすかなレゾナンス確かに届くロマンスそんな流れ星たちを抱き留めた明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 心のフォトンが銀河にこぼれて道を強く照らす Burning Bright それぞれの思い秘めた星の守り手は空からの呼ぶ声に導かれた重ねる手と手には言葉なんかより伝わることがある熱い心通じ合った確かなレゾナンス見つけるのはエッセンス目指した意識の先がディスティネーション答えが見えなくてくじけそうになって支え合い誓い合う絆でつなぐシャイニースマイル心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道を開く鍵は My Starlight Heart 明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道が開いたら羽ばたいてゆこうよ乗り越えてゆこうよ星空と溶け合っていつまでも行ける Fly High まっすぐ願いを世界に歌って新しい夜を
and welcome back to our final game of the night between TPO Reformed and Maelstrom Platinum. TPO going to be on the blue side this time, Maelstrom going to be on the red side. Looking at runes and everything looking super stock standard, except Linksy going for the grasp, but not the Halo Blades like I was looking for.
Yeah, I think that makes sense when trading into a Mordekaiser. You don't want to have those long trades. Eventually, Mordekaiser will always be able to run over that Cho'Gath with that passive, with that extra sustain. I think it makes more sense to try and get that knock up, try and get a quick burst, and then just back away as a Cho'Gath, or rinse and repeat until you have infinite health. But looking at the rest of this, yeah, it is pretty standard. One little difference, though, that I think is pretty interesting is that it is exhaust on Poodle and ignite on Bixis. And I think that makes a lot of sense. They definitely want to have that kill pressure, but the exhaust is going to make it so hard. God of Chaos doesn't have a cleanse, doesn't have any way of removing it, and really needs that extra damage to be able to burst down Ziggy or Poodle.
Yeah, and I think the other only interesting thing is that Atreides went for the phase rush on this Orianna. I got really worried there for a second because Poodle walked into an area where both Bixis and God of Chaos could have seen him, and then just not going for it. The crash round comes out from Bixis, literally gets nobody, and yeah. But yeah, no, Atreides going for the phase rush here, trying to dodge out of 40's spell slinging ability, and just use that for the movement speed to stay alive in the lane and game.
Yeah, I think it's also partially to help avoid the ganks coming out from Godmaw. I think that's where it's most likely going to come into play. I think it's really rare where 3 abilities or 3 autos are going to be able to land onto 40 before the combo does come out. But right now, we're actually seeing some pretty heavy trading over to the top side, and both of these top laners have pretty good burst damage, but also pretty good sustain. So it'll be fun to see. I think this is one of those rare matchups where a 1v1 solo kill is actually pretty possible.
Yeah, and it really is, especially once they start getting towards those later levels. Even in the early game, they can still have that like long drawn out 1v1 capabilities with the knockups and the slows and silence that come out from Cho'Gath, and then just the innate raw damage that comes out of the Mordekaiser. So there could be some potential up there for some fun little solo bolos and some solo kills. But overall, I don't think much is going to be happening in the top lane in the early game. I think it's mostly going to be around this mid and bot lane for all the action, unless the top laners want to have some fun and just say, hey, F it, let's just start solo killing each other back and forth. But otherwise, I don't think anything's going to come out in the top lane in the early stages of the game. They're just going to look for team fight and look for 2v2 plays later in the game.
All right, well, if I may, I want to make a prediction. I think Godmaw is going to be ganking Linksy very soon, unless Linksy resets. If Linksy stays for that wave, I think that could be a very good opportunity.
Yeah, nice little two-man crash down there. It was buffered, but since Bixis got the animation first and finished, he was able to get the two-man, even though Poodle did hit the Super Mega Fire Kick to knock him back. But some early damage onto both Poodle there, but Bixis also taking a good chunk of damage there on the backside. But overall, God of Chaos doing a pretty good job at CSing in this early lane, while Ziggy and Poodle have been having the 2v2 advantage of just having that double range into range melee.
Yep, big trade happening over in this mid lane, though. Just a little bit of damage going back and forth, but 40 actually completely out of mana. This is a really good spot for our traders to be in.
Yeah, and it's going to be rough in the early lane for Lux until they get that lost chapter, and I assume they're also going to go for the Archangel Staff as well, just to not have those mana issues. And never mind, Atreides is getting ganked right now by Godmaw, using the Powerball right in, and immediately hits the Frenzy, and then the Light Binding comes out from 40. Flash over is Godmaw, looking for this first blood kill. Atreides trying his best, get the movement speed, the shielding, and he's just going to get to walk away from this one, barely, but Atreides lives with his life.
Yeah, 40 trying to save that flash. I think if 40 flashed over the wall with Godmaw, that definitely could have been the kill. But trying to save that summoner spell, and doesn't end up getting that kill. I mean, first blood would have been so important to get on their side. And because of that, TP is available from Atreides. We'll be able to get back into the lane. And 40 hasn't been able to shove this out either. This is actually getting worse and worse. And on that note, there is no TP on 40. So
Yeah,
this is just getting worse and worse.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I was like, yeah, we said everything's normal. And then I'm like, oh, 40 can just recall here in TP. And I'm like, wait, no, 40 has barriers in this matchup. And now Atreides with full health and full mana can just start looking to hard trade onto 40 here. A nice late binding gets Atreides away, but now they're looking for the command attack and doesn't get in range to do it without worrying about that turret. So forcing 40 back in a rough situation and probably just going to pull this wave and like the freeze near their tower now is going to be a trade ace. So lives the early gank and gets the lane in the favorable position for themselves. You got to be feeling good as a trade ace in that situation.
Yeah, but won't be able to hold the wave. We'll just be able to shove it back out, but could still get the first move if they want to connect with their jungler and start moving into a different lane. Or they could just use it, get a cheeky recall out. And that looks like that is the play for Atreides right now. But is up a little bit in CS. Will be able to get that HP back, get that mana back. Already has the tier.
There comes the power ball in the bot lane out of Godmon, getting right on top of Ziggy. Ziggy has the flash away, the crash down coming out from Vixis. And now in for return is Big Rev, but they're looking right onto Ziggy. The spear is stacking up. The Ren comes out first blood onto God of Chaos, and now Big Rev is also in a lot of trouble. Power ball coming out again from Godmon. A nice Warrior Trickster over the wall. Big Rev gets the kill onto God of Chaos, but goes down in the end to Godmon. Now 40's here, hits the light binding onto Poodle. The E is down as well. Poodle gets a flash away. Crash down comes down out of Vixis, doesn't hit. Hits the stun. Flash over the wall is from 40, saving it for that play to pick up the feats of warfare. Just like that, and Atreides gets a counter kill onto Godmon on the backside, but that's 3-2 kills in favor of Maelstrom at the early game.
Yeah, big victory for Maelstrom there. Getting that feat of warfare is going to be pretty important, especially if they're able to get either the neutrals or if they can get that first tower. I think getting that third kill especially is going to make such a big difference in this game. It really puts a lot of pressure on TPO to try and get something else done. But with that being said, 40 are going to be able to shove in the lane now. Going to use that Lux Final Spark pushback method. If anyone's ever played against us, by the way, this is super annoying to deal with as a mid laner. Probably one of the most annoying combos of the game. Just a fully free reset. You can't punish it. Just not much you can do about it. But what is going to happen because of it is TPO is going to be able to take over the area in front of the dragon. And this is especially interesting to me because in game 1 and in game 2, it's usually been Maelstrom that's been first on these objectives, but they will be able to push them away.
Yeah, now they're just consuming pressure over the area as well. Lynxie hits a nice knockup there onto Henry Waterloo, so now he's looking for the solo kill. Into the death realm they go. Lynxie looking as the advantage here. Flash away is Henry Waterloo, not wanting to get feasted by this Cho'Gath at this point, and now Lynxie is looking for it. He's getting pulled back, and it looks like he's going to go down. Lynxie has to get a flash of his own out, and not able to get the kill up in this top lane, and he hits another rupture onto Henry Waterloo there, and then eventually just use that feast onto a minion, but Big Rev is up here. He's looking for Henry. He's looking to avenge his top laner, trying his best. No Warrior Trickster yet. Nimbus Strike coming out now. Gets the Q. A nice death scrap backwards is out of Henry Waterloo to keep himself alive in that play.
Yeah, I mean, again, this top lane, it's so volatile. I'm actually surprised we haven't seen jungle pressure up in the top side earlier on. I think now it's going to be a lot harder to play forward, especially once Henry Waterloo finishes that item. It won't have the Rylai's yet, but once that Rylai's is complete, it's so much harder to gank. And then at the same time, Lynxie just getting tankier and tankier makes it a lot harder, but could be an engage starting in this bot lane.
Yeah, they're looking on the Poodle right now. A nice Super Fire Mega Kick on to Vixis as they look for the crash down. Now Ziggy is looking for a little bit more momentum forward. Got a Chaos is stacking up the spears into Poodle's back, but nothing coming out of this yet. Ziggy with the Lethal Temple fully stacked up. Just looking for a little bit of poke back onto Vixis, but overall nothing coming out of that bot play. Now we see 40 and Godmon looking to contest on these grubs. 2 already going over to TPO. The Powerball is going forward. A nice Prismatic Barrier coming out. And now that 40's here, not 40, I'm sorry, Lynxie's here. A nice 2-man Cyclone into the Command Shockwave. And in the meantime, the bot lane is fighting as well. 40 using the barrier. Big Rev is still on the backside. Rupture not coming out yet. Command attack forward. Big Rev picking up the kill. In the meantime, Ziggy falls in the bot side. So does Poodle. Double kill picked up from God of Chaos as one goes down in the top side for TPO with the grubs. But now, we're going back in time. God of Chaos is just bouncing back and forth, getting all the momentum forward. The ult comes out of Ziggy, but the Rend is there in time. Barrier is still up to be able to pick up Ziggy, and then just an easy cleanup on Poodle on the backside. They tried to heal. They tried to do everything, but the Rend is too strong again.
Yeah, and we were talking about this Kalista needs to get ahead early and needs to be able to start pressuring. And 3-1-2 at 9.5 minutes, I think that's pretty good. We'll be able to shove the wave in as well, and was actually starting to fall behind pretty heavily in terms of that CS. But with that latest wave pushed in, with that double kill, we'll pretty much even out the CS lead that Ziggy did have. And yeah, up over 1,000 gold. Yeah, I think God of Chaos is pretty happy with that.
Yeah, and I mean, it was just a nice play. I mean, Ziggy and Poodle were trying their best to fight out of it, but the exhaust never came out of Poodle, so there was just no damage mitigation onto God of Chaos, who was just stacking up all those spears with the lethal tempo built up as well. And now Lynxie is in the realm of death. They're trying to get the play on him. Godmaw is also up here. Lynxie trying his best to just stay alive as long as possible, getting as close to turret range as he does, and Godmaw just not able to follow up on it. So Lynxie ends up winning in that play, but now Bix is getting pushed back. They're looking for another play here. Big Rev is here looking to get in the engage onto the two-man unit, but Bixis and God of Chaos just going to be just out of range. Now Bixis is in a little bit of trouble here. Big Rev going to back off. Ziggy saying, hey, I need to get my wave back up, man. And no play coming out of that at the end of it.
Yeah, both sides just trying to be the ones to sneak forward, trying to be the ones to start this play, but there could be a dive coming out now from the Godmon. I think they should have more than enough damage once this taunt does come through.
Yeah, Lynxie just going to go down to Godmon at the end of that one. Nice dive there, or you could say a dive. They were kind of out of tower range, but regardless, they were to pick up that kill. And Vixis, look at the channel that recall now as Ziggy and Poodle are looking to push out this wave.
Yeah, but I mean, that's a pretty big kill to get on the top side, and on the Mordekaiser, you really want to be able to get that Rylai's, and I believe Henry Waternews should be able to get that now on the reset, and that is like the major power spike. Yeah, the Rylai's does get completed. There's a trading happening in the mid lane, but 40 just trying to clear the wave. Doesn't want this fight at all. But yeah, talking about that top lane, now that the Rylai's is there, Lynxie's going to have a much harder time fighting. The way you want to do the trade pattern on the Cho'Gath is you want to get that knock up, you want to get a quick burst, and you want to walk out. But once Rylai's comes into play, you can no longer just quickly walk out. If Henry Waternews is able to get that grasp of death, you're just going to be stuck under there for so long, and the longer the fight goes, the stronger and the more damage the Mordekaiser will do.
Yeah, and they also just got to be worried about the bot side now with how strong God of Chaos is, sitting at 3, 1, and 2. He's down in CS, but 2 kills have gone on to Ziggy, and now Atreides is in some bit of trouble in the mid lane. The Powerball coming out, they're not going to go for it, which is definitely an interesting choice. Atreides had no flash, had no mana. I think they could have easily picked up a kill on him in that play, but not going for it. And now, yep, Lux wave clear.
When I played competitive, I played against a team that would just do that non-stop before Fearless, so we had to deal with it a couple times. That Deathrom actually coming out on the top side, but
yeah, Lynxie trying to sidestep the obliterate there, but not able to do so. Now he's getting super low, but Big Rev is trying to get up here as fast as possible. Lynxie gonna be pulled back in with the Death's Grasp, and now he's gonna end up going down, gets all the stats. Big Rev is gonna get the shutdown onto Henry Waternews up in this top lane, in vain of his top laner going down on that play.
yeah, but even though it did end up being a 1-for-1 trade, that just shows you how annoying Rylai's is on that Mordekaiser. Lynxie was trading pretty evenly before then, but now that the fights got elongated, there's just nothing that Cho'Gath can do. Did need that gank to start moving over that way, and they also did push in the wave, which is pretty good. Lynxie will be in a much better spot when they do finally get back, but right now they will be able to secure these grubs. It'll be traded over for that dragon, so it's going to be 2 dragons now on the side of Maelstrom. And when you have that early game composition, specifically with the Kalista, they're not really early game so much as they have Kalista, but it's going to help a lot. It's going to help them scale up. It's going to give them those extra stats they need. And it will also kind of force TPO to fight them earlier.
Yeah, and it could be really scary to fight earlier than you are wanting to on the scaling comp that TPO does have, just because Kalista is at that one item. She's sitting on the board. She is really strong. 40 is on his first item as well. Atreides not picking that one up just quite yet. But right now, we see Godmaw sitting on the bot lane. Ooh, Atreides is also coming down here. The Powerball is channeling up in the bush, but it doesn't matter because he was sitting on a ward the whole time. Now 40 could be in a little bit of trouble here. Got a late binding onto Big Rev, so no engage coming out of that one, as there's nothing to fight for down here in this bot lane, just teams trying to get some position for some reason.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. There's no objectives. Whenever there's a Sivir, you're not really going to dive unless you're able to zone her from the wave. And God of Chaos and Bixes definitely cannot zone Ziggy off the wave. Just going to be able to push that out, no problem. But I think both these teams just want to fight, and there they go.
Yeah, they're right onto Poodle. Poodle does get the flash away, and now Big Red is here for the counter engage. Just a nice three-man Cyclone trying his best to get onto the backline on God of Chaos. He gets the second charge out, but God of Chaos hits the Ren and just gets to get him freely in because of that frenzied taunt that came out of Godmaw. He wasn't able, as Big Red, to be able to get right back onto God of Chaos for that in the one. And now the Powerball's going forward, but no follow-up is there, and it's just a 1-for-0 trade at the end of the day in favor of Maelstrom on that play.
Yeah, I apologize for laughing on that one. Sorry, Bixes, but really good attempt
Oh
at
wait,
a
God
play.
Chaos is super low now, and now Godmaw's under the turret. Ziggy is going to pick up 1 kill, picks up 2 kills in trade for that play, which is... What the hell just happened?
I mean, I think we all know what happened. We don't need to talk about it. We know what happened. But I think they were looking for the play. I think they also feel like they're on a bit of a tighter timeline than they were, but they were able to zone them away. They were able to get pressure from the bot side, and God of Chaos was even able to get that kill on a Big Rev with that when that play first started. I don't think they needed to try and go for more there. I think they could have just taken the kill that they got, let God of Chaos reset, and just fight around the dragons. There's no reason to trade really at all when there's no objective on the map for them to take.
Yeah, and we just saw 40 deal a quarter of Atreides HP off 1 spell rotation. That's going to be significantly more once 40 starts getting more items into their back pocket. And it's not going to be fun if you ever get hit by one of those late bindings, because you just basically lose all your HP. Now the Rift Herald reset, as we saw Big Rev did try to start that one up, but since 40 and Godmaw were on the rotation, able to stop him in his tracks from taking that one down. As now with Big Bixis being up here, that should be Rift Herald, and that will end up being the feats of strength over in tow to the side of Maelstrom. Lynxie having to flash away, and this is not a fun match at Cho'Gath anymore.
Yeah, but God of Chaos in the meanwhile is getting zoned away. It seems like TPO, they're okay giving this out. They just want to be able to retake onto this bot side, maybe take the turret first. But that is going to be the Herald going down, the feed going over towards Maelstrom.
No,
As
Lynxie is now going to get dove. We see 4 members up here, zoning him away right now. In goes the ultimate out of Godmaw, the final spark out over top, and Henry Waternoose picks up the kill with the Death Grasp, and now that should be turret in the top side, also in tandem for Maelstrom, as the side of TPO is pushing the tier 2 in bot wave right now, so I don't think they're too upset with the trade that's happening right now, as they get more gold in the end for that whole play, and Vixis is taking turret shots.
yeah, quite a few of them. We'll be able to back away in time, but I mean, they tried to do a race against a team that has the double Void Grubs, so it's always going to be difficult trying to push into it. I think they were also just kind of caught in the position where they went for that Herald. They took the Herald, and they couldn't really just back up and save their tier 2 anyway, so may as well take the Herald and take the tier 1 when you're going to be losing both those structures regardless. But I think the real fight is going to be coming out now. Dragon is up in 20 seconds. It is going to be that Infernal Soul today on this map for this game 3. And TPO, again, they're first. They have the vision. They're going to get set up. And I'm really liking what they're doing this time around. They're getting prepared.
Yeah, they're pushing in the mid wave right now. Atreides losing another quarter of his HP from the late binding final spark combo, but it is on such a low cooldown. 40 should have that backup by the time the team fight does break out, as the teams are positioning around. Henry Waternoose is even down here. We got the full 5v5 for this 3rd dragon of the game. We see that Godmaw used the Powerball, but now the mid wave is in access to Maelstrom if they want to be pushing that one down first, which I think they should be, but they're just sitting here as a 5-man unit looking for the play around Dragon. Nobody is touching a single wave right now in this game, and this is the issue you see sometimes in Platinum, where teams are just like, hey, we all have to be here for this. Forget the waves right now, when you could be pushing out waves, as no team has started this one up. It seems like the position is in favor of Maelstrom right now, as they are able to throw out these spells from far away. The late binding comes out from 40, doesn't hit onto anybody. Lucid Singularity doesn't hit onto anybody either, and now the mid wave is being controlled by Maelstrom, as Dragon did draw aggro. It hasn't been started up yet. Big Rev is on the ward. He doesn't know the crash down comes out. He is CC'd up, and he is just down, just like that. Vix is flashing forward, hits the Magnus Throw onto multiple people. Breath of Life comes out of Poodle, but now that is Godmaw into the back line, getting on top of Ziggy. Ziggy going super low. Poodle is also in a lot of trouble. Ziggy tried to get the last one out, but goes down to the decimation out of this Mordekaiser, and now the Fate's Call is used to be going forward onto Poodle. Poodle again with the super fire kick onto Vixus, stops that one, but gets taunted up by Godmaw. Chaos is still going forward. Lynxie is trying his best to peel forward the support. Poodle is still alive in this one. Now 40's here looking for the light binding. It just barely hits it. What a bizarre hitbox that is, but now that is Otacon and Dragon being started up simultaneously by TPO, and this is where game can turn. God of Chaos is taking so much damage from this Otacon. The Trades is still pushing in this mid lane. They can still look to contest if that is what they are looking for, as Big Rev is back on the map and trying to get down here as quick as possible. Both of these are going down super low. 40 is trying his best. His own people. God of Chaos is keeping his focus onto this Otacon because of that random mid lane turret. Does go down in the end. Big Rev is in the back of the pit. They don't know he's there yet, but now he's going to be seen on vision. This Dragon is only at 3k, and now Big Rev is in a lot of trouble. It's going to be 5-man focus. I'm going to have to flash out. Dragon also going to now be picked up by Maelstrom. That is both objectives. Big Rev going back in. Big Rev in a lot of trouble now. He gets pulled back by the death grab. Big Rev is just going to go down at the end of that, and everything in favor of Maelstrom.
Yeah, they managed to get the fight really big pick off onto Big Rev to start all that out, and I actually thought Maelstrom may have split up a little bit too far, tried to do both the Otacon and the Dragon at the same time, but 40 able to zone away Lynxie. God of Chaos dealing so much damage to the Otacon, and that is another benefit of having the Callista. She's really good at taking down those major objectives, those Barons, those Otacons, just really anything, just putting all the needles in them, making them look like a hedgehog, and there was just one big rend. It might even be able to outsmite the Feast coming out from the Cho'Gath, though I'm sure that depends on the stacks from both sides.
Yeah, and what I thought TPO could be able to contest on, just because they were doing both objectives at the same time as Maelstrom, which is a really risky decision to go for. They're just not able to get 5-man grouped up to be able to contest it. And then Big Rev tried to steal the Dragon, but just goes in too early and then tries to go back in too late and gets punished for it. But overall, Maelstrom is now firmly in the driver's seat, and it feels weird to say because they only have 1,000 gold lead, but they have the Dragon stacking in their favor.
Yeah, and there's a lot of gold on the map that they haven't taken yet. Tier 1 mid still available, Tier 1 bottom still available. I think they will be able to secure those later on as they do pop the Herald. Kind of in the mid lane. I think that was about to run out, so better to use it now than never. But they're not really supporting it.
I mean, this is what we saw last time from Maelstrom. Even though like they were ahead in kills and ahead of the objective, it just took them so long to... Where are we going, Vixus? Alright, now he gets it on track, able to break this tier 1 turret, but like I was saying, it felt like the game number 1, when Maelstrom did win that game, it took them so long to close out a game that we thought they had the lead in for a good portion of it, and it's starting to feel like more of the same, because even though they have the Dragons in their favor, they're only up 2,000 gold because they're just not making plays to siege these turrets to look to push their advantages at all, and it just becomes really rough the later a game goes, especially when you're playing into Sivir, Cho'Gath, and Orianna. It becomes really difficult with the draft that Maelstrom has gone for here.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Maelstrom is 2-0 right now, overall as their record. And it's easy to see why. They do early game teamfights really well. They set up on objectives really well. And I think what they need to do to get to that next level is when they do get those leads, that they have been really good at getting those leads. They need to play more confidently and more aggressively. They're not utilizing the gold quite as well as they should. I mean, God of Chaos 5, 2, and 3 doing pretty well. And to give credit to them, they have been trying. That dive in the bot lane that did end up losing them 2 of their lives. I think it shows that they do want to try doing this aggression. They just need more time to be able to figure it out.
Yeah, and I mean, with the current state of the game, they should be looking to like make more plays as a grouped unit, especially towards the mid lane when Ziggy and Poodle are looking to push out this wave, but they're not even like walking forward to set up a vision line. But now we see Lynxie TPing away from the bot turret just to let the Henry pick it up for free.
Atreides was getting dove. Godmaw
okay.
had a really good flank, so that was a TP to try and defend Atreides.
Got it. Okay, but now Poodle and Ziggy could be in a little bit of trouble as Vixus and Godmar are here, but in the end, they're just going to be able to walk away from this one with a nice ward. We see Big Rev on the minimap counter jungling away the blue buff from Godmar, knowing that his was just taken. But, I mean, it still feels like Maelstrom is playing like they're behind when they are the team that's ahead, and they have the go button advantage right now in a way with the Bixis having everything up. He could just look for a pretty big engage and then just get pulled out if he's in a bad situation from God of Chaos. But Maelstrom just still not pulling the trigger at all at any point in this game. They're just looking to play this dragon setup. Dragon spawning in a minute. It looks like we're just gonna be waiting until that's on the Rift for another 5v5 at this point.
Yeah, and it is 45 seconds away, and I'm actually a little bit surprised to see them recalling here. Because with these resets, they're going to be giving away this vision pressure. They're going to be giving away this river positioning towards TPO. And with a blast cone gone, like they're just giving up a lot of pressure for no reason. Now they're going to be able to come back. They're going to have their wards reset. And maybe that's what they wanted. They're okay playing the retake as now they're going forward.
Yeah, and that's a lot of damage onto the clone, but now Big Rev in trouble having to flash away. The Maelstrom came out from Bixis there, but in the end, nothing burned out of the side besides the flash of TPO, and now Godmont is still looking to go a little bit more forward, but not having that Maelstrom is actually kind of big at this point in the game. The Final Spark was used, but you can already see it already halfway back, already a quarter way back. That is on such a low cooldown, it feels like just in a basic ability at this point in the game, as now the dragon is being spawned or started up. We see Henry TPing in. Atreides still sitting on a TP of his own, not using it yet, but now we see him channeling that on the map. Now Ziggy in a little bit of trouble as Henry Waternoose looking to get some damage on him. The Ren stacks are going in. God of Chaos could be in trouble now. Lynxie had the vision on him, but doesn't go in. He hops back into it, but now on the backside, Rev, Poodle, and Ziggy are also on the way. Infernal Soul to the side of Maelstrom as they could look to go as a 5-man unit onto the 3 clump. They're looking to get onto Ziggy, but a nice kick away from Henry Waternoose. They're not going to be getting the engage that they're looking for, and that was just really well spaced by Henry while he let his team take the Dragon Soul for them.
Yeah, really well spaced, but again, they're still not really starting a fight. I think they have an opportunity. As Henry Waternoose may have gone a little bit deep over on the left side of the map, but Atreides also getting jumped on, but Bixis just going to be able to jump right back, will be okay, and Henry Waternoose also ends up backing out of that play. But the question is, what now? The way Maelstrom play, I think they need this Baron. Just because, like we've been talking about, they're really passive. They don't really like starting fights. So I think they need to be in a situation where they can push without it. But last time when they were able to push without it, that was into a team comp that wasn't really good at pushing out waves. There's a Sivir, there's an Orianna, there's a Cho'Gath. All three are really good at clearing waves. So it's just going to be difficult. I think Maelstrom, they're basically looking for a clean pickoff from 40. I think that's really their only go button.
Yeah, which is like weird to say because you have this Rel, you have even the Rammus, who are good at getting fights started, but just the way that Maelstrom likes to play, there's a reason that their games go to about 42.5 minutes, and it's because of this passive play that they go for. They're trying to play mistake-free League of Legends, which kind of doesn't exist at this elo, right? You have to be making mistakes. It feels because like we're not the best players. Like even me, I'm playing Emerald. I'm not the best player. I'm not like these Masters challenging players. I'm gonna make a mistake, and sometimes a mistake you make can be a winning play because your team is able to follow up for it because they believe in what you're doing. It's like, hey, I'm going for this engage, and it might not be the best play, but this could be our winning play. And if your team is confident in what you're doing and follows it up, what feels like a mistake could be a game-winning play. And it just feels like Maelstrom doesn't want to make a mistake that isn't a game-winning play or just a mistake at all. But I feel like they just need to be pushing the buttons more. They need to be pressing their advantages, which they're just not. And when you're playing into Sivir, into Orianna, into even Cho'Gath, these champions all scale so well, it becomes really difficult in the late game. Now, Poodle going to take about a quarter of her HP as well, almost half from the Lux combo, but just going to be able to heal up, and nothing really just happening right now. It just feels like nothing going, but never mind, Big Brother's going in. 40 has to flash away. The Shockwave hasn't been used yet. There it is now, onto just one Breath of Life coming out. Godmaw into the backline. Vix is having to flash away. Godmaw flashing away now, as it looks like so far, the team that was behind presses the go buttons and ends up getting a slightly one team fight in their favor of TPO, and now Henry Waternoose is on the backside. They're looking for more engaged. Big Rev is the target right now. They're getting onto him. The Shattering Strike comes out. He uses the Warrior Trickster back in. Vixus is down. Godmaw is down. And now Henry Waternoose is the big, scary Mordekaiser at this point in the game. He's trying to get onto Ziggy, trying to get onto Rev, but they're keeping him so far zoned away now. The Death Drum comes out onto Poodle. No, leave the support alone, Henry. Poodle gonna try her best to live through this one. Flashes away, gets the Survivor Mega Kick, ends up going down in the end, but so does Henry Waternoose, and now it's just got a Chaos and 40 left on this map, but a one team fight for TPO, the team that was behind. They push the buttons first. They get the advantage. They won't get Baron because 40 and Got a Chaos are alive, but they get the one team fight, and now they have advantage on the map.
Yeah, and it just shows that if you're the side that starts the engage, if you're the one that takes the initiative, you get to decide when you fight, you get to decide where you fight. It doesn't matter if the other team has that Infernal Soul. It doesn't matter if they had... Well, at this point, it's barely... They barely had a gold lead. At that point, they have already lost most of it. But none of that stuff matters because you decide when the fight starts. You can pick someone off before they can even use any one of their abilities. And at that point, it doesn't matter what stats they have or how much gold they have. If they're gone, they can't use any of it. And TPO, they're really taking advantage of that fact. They're really taking advantage of this passive playstyle coming out of Maelstrom Platinum. And I think they can just rinse and repeat that play. Like you were saying yourself, they're gonna outscale eventually. And Ziggy's already starting to get there. Has that third item now, has that Infinity Edge, has that Essence Reaver. Just, they're ready to go.
He's got the 70 Skess lead to go with it. The only reason that God of Chaos is even on items with him is because of those 5 kills. Like, honestly, the way Ziggy has been farming on this map, it has been the reason why his team is still in this game, because he's able to put out so much damage and basically kite out the whole team. But now Baron is spawned on the top side of the map. In 1 minute, it's going to be the Elder Dragon on the bot side, and it looks like Maelstrom is prioritizing the Baron over the Elder. The vision is already set up for TPO. They know that nobody on the side of Maelstrom is down on this bot side. They have no vision on the top side. Poodle is channeling a recall. Atreides is in the bot lane, but now with Lindsay walking in, they know that this has been started up. Lindsay is taking so much damage here from God of Chaos. Has a flash away. Godmar still going forward on the Powerball. The blast cone away saves his life. Atreides TPs up to the top lane. Henry Waternoose also TPing up here, and it looks like the Baron is dropped and advantage to TPO. But now, as I say that, Baron is started up again from the side of Maelstrom. They're trying to get to the side of TPO to walk in. Vix is looking for the engaged Warrior Trickster away from Big Rev, so he can't get engaged on 5 Vixes. This Baron is super low. Big Rev trying to get in there. It's rendered away from God of Chaos. Atreides from the backside hits the big one-man shockwave on the 40. 40 is super low, but now Atreides is in a whole lot of trouble. He's going to end up going down here on the backside. 40 is in the zone. Vixus goes down to Ziggy. Atreides hasn't fallen yet. Ends up going down now to 40. Godmaw is looking for more. Pool hits Breath of Life. Down goes Godmaw. Lixie is going crazy on the backside. So is Ziggy, getting out so much damage. The recalls are coming through for the side of Maelstrom. They may have picked up Baron. They lose 3 in the process, but now Elder Dragon and advantage for TPO. They could run down there and start to take this one, as they have Lynxie. They have their own smite if they want it. Once it's off cooldown, I think they should be prioritizing this Elder Dragon now once they push out this mid wave, but they're looking to push down mid tier 2, not wanting to go for a coin flip at this point. I think once Big Rev does respawn, we're going to see them walk towards this Elder Dragon.
Yeah, and I think they should be able to secure this for themselves. Big Rev is going to be up with Smite. Ziggy's up, dealing so much damage. Lynxie's about to have Feast up as well. And like I said, God of Chaos can out-smite Lynxie if God of Chaos is the one that's able to stack those autos onto the dragons, onto those barons. But right now, God of Chaos is getting zoned away. Elder's already at half HP. This could be the start of another fight, but I think if it does come out, TPO should get the lead.
Oh, it's stolen away by 40! 40 steals away the Elder Dragon. Big Rev is going to go down on the backside. Now God of Chaos is going crazy in the team fight. He's jumping forward, cutting forward. Lynxie going to go down on the backside. Fate's called on to Poodle. Poodle ends up going down. Ziggy going to have to flash away. Triple kill for God of Chaos. God of Chaos is still going forward. Godma on his backside. Quadra kill. Picked up for God of Chaos and 40 with a hero play. Stealing away the Elder Dragon from a feast and a smite. Might have just sealed the fate for TPO Reform.
Yeah, they... death timers aren't super long, about 20 seconds for Big Rev to come back, but this could be an opportunity for them to at the very least get some inhibs and maybe start pressuring further. They still have Baron, they have Elder, they have everything they need. I think they could try and look to end the game here because they're pushing this in super fast. Ziggy is the strong member and it's still going to be gone for 20 seconds.
I don't know how you let that happen. You have Feast, you have Smite, nothing should be able to outsmite you in that position, but neither of them use those abilities, and 40 just steals it with a final spark. What a blunder by TPO Redacted, who should have had this Elder, who should have the advantage, but now they're just being pushed in on all sides. The bot lane inhibitor down, mid lane inhibitor exposed, their only remaining inhibitor turret is on that top side, and now Maelstrom is back in the driver's seat, maybe could look to push forward and look for an end angle, but knowing them, I think we're just going to be here for like another 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, most likely. But I mean, I think that was the perfect opportunity to go for it. Ziggy was still down for a while. They had all of their cooldowns available. They had Baron and Elder. I mean, I can't think of an even better situation unless they get another pickoff to start, but it's unlikely they're going to be able to take Ziggy down as the first player gone. Before this push comes through, there's still going to be 3 minutes until Baron, 4 minutes until Elder. And I don't know. I would have liked to see them end. Maybe they will try and work on that between weeks, but regardless, they're still able to take control of the map. They're still able to keep cool, calm, and collected and kind of start bit by bit taking over. Whenever they do make an error, whenever they do make a mistake, they give away something, but they always end up getting more in return over the long run.
Yeah, and I mean, right now they were looking for a play on Linksy, but now the play is in mid lane. Poodle, Big Red, and Ziggy could be in a little bit of trouble here. You see they're focusing on Poodle. Poodle should just end up going down. The Chaos Storm is there. Now Linksy in trouble, getting back up onto God of Chaos. Big Red using the cycle to try to create some space for his kid. Godmaw is going into the backline. Ziggy flashing away. He is in the death realm, trying to 1v1 his way to Henry Water loose right now, but I don't think it's going to happen. Ziggy ends up going down, and that should just be the end of the game here for Maelstrom. They have the numbers advantage. Ziggy isn't there anymore, but Atreides is getting some damage down on the Henry Waterloo right now. They're looking to go on to Atreides now. We see them going forward. The channel tax flashback, 2-man crash down, and down is going to go Atreides to the backside. The final spark was pick that one up. It's a shutdown, and it was to God of Chaos. Henry Waterloo's picking up the kill onto Linksy. They're focusing down the inhibitor turrets. It's only Big Rev, and there's only so much this monkey god can do with no abilities. That is going to be Maelstrom Platinum ending this game in game number 3, picking up the series win over TPO Reform.
Yeah, and I mean, again, like, while I would like to see Maelstrom try and push their leads further, try and play a little bit more aggressive when they do get those leads, I still have to give them a lot of credit because they don't give away those leads back. They may never use full advantage of it, but they are able to hold on to it. They are able to prevent anything leaking out. They did have a couple fights that didn't go their way, obviously. TPO had a couple good plays, especially around that dragon, but it just doesn't matter when you're not able to really push out at any point. Maelstrom still controlled the game bit by bit. They were able to push forward, and then it really all came down to getting that Dragon Soul in the early game. I think that really helped them out, and then 40 being able to steal away that Elder, that was it. That's all that counts in the end.
Yeah, and I mean, we were talking about 40 a lot coming into the series, but it's kind of the God of Chaos story this week. Another carry performance. The first game on Kalista, first game on Varus, third game on Kalista, putting up some really good numbers for his team, having good KDAs on both of them, and kind of being the carrying factor for this week. I think TPO looked a lot better than they have in past weeks, but I still think there's a lot for them to work on in coming weeks. Same with Maelstrom. Like you said, like, they might not push their advantages, but they don't give them up once they have them. They kind of sit around like this 1k gold difference until they turn it on and start to push towards the end of the game. But I think there's avenues where they can look to be more aggressive, look to push their advantages even more, and try to win games quicker than going for these long 30-40 minute stall fest.
Yeah, for sure. And I also think that just one thing, I mentioned this at the start, but I do want to kind of double down on it. I think Big Rev and Godmaw, they should have played top early on, especially Godmaw. Had a really good angle for a gank. Henry Waternoose was decently healthy. Linksy was at less than half. With that red buff on the Rammus, at the very least, you're going to burn a flash. I think it's a very quick and easy play. And you're Rammus. You're not going to out-farm a Wukong. That's not your job. You don't even care too much about farm. But getting that extra pressure towards Henry Waternoose would really help out a lot. It didn't end up mattering, but still, either way, an opportunity should not be lost.
Yeah, and with that, we're going to wrap up our cast here of the Blue Otter Platinum League. I want to thank everybody for coming around and for watching it. MVP 40. Do you agree with that, Toki? I think it's got a chaos.
I'm between the two,
Okay.
genuinely, because 40. Okay, so here's my argument for 40. Stole the Elder, and again, there was a big play. God of Chaos managed to get 3 or 4 people in that game one, with about 200 HP left, which is less than the locket that 40 used gave to God of Chaos. But at the same time, God of Chaos was just everywhere in game 1 and 3, just absolutely took over. So I don't know. They can share it.
Hey, our producer gave it to 40, so 40 is going to be our MVP for this series. But
Yeah.
regardless of that, it could have gone either way. But Maelstrom picks up the 2-1 victory over TPO Reformed. We're going to be wrapping up our cast of the Blue Otter Platinum League. Come back tomorrow. We will have Diamond and Gold coverage. I want to thank everybody for watching tonight. I want to thank Toki for being my co-caster. I want to thank our producer Shivam for being here every week, always helping out. And everybody, have a great night. It's been great.